extend a very warm and hearty welcome to delegates, speakers, and eminent guests at the maiden event of TechNation. Technology is playing a crucial role in shaping the economies. Due to the aggravated geopolitical situation associated with it, the technology is now central to the design of national security. TechNation brings together key stakeholders involved in policy making, executing agencies, researchers, startups, and technology enterprises on one platform to delve into the current state of technology capabilities. It aims to evaluate the country's role in the supply chain of some critical technology product systems. Today's power-packed day has a set of very informative keynote sessions, masterclass, parallel panel sessions, plenary session on thematic subjects, supply chain mapping, and much more. We also have some leading players in the Cybertech areas showcasing their capabilities in the exhibition area. Do visit them during the networking launch. Please also share your experiences on our social media handle and tag @TechSagar_DSCI on Twitter. Hope you had a good experience in the morning session at the masterclass. We had slated for you around 5G capabilities, private and commercial network, use cases, timeline, Indian capabilities, and global collaborations. We would also request everyone to please adhere to COVID protocols, wear masks all time, use sanitizers whenever required. It's our joint responsibility to keep everyone around us safe. Without much ado, we will initiate the inaugural session of the TechNation. So it gives me immense pleasure to welcome Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pan, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, Government of India, and Ms. Rama Vedashu, CEO DSCI, for the inaugural session. I would now like to request Rama for a welcome address. Thank you, Sapna. A warm welcome to all of you all who have joined us at the first edition of TechNation, which is a new format in the conference that the SCI team led by Vinayak and the tech team have curated with a certain objective and purpose, which I'll be talking about in a little while. And first of all, a warm and a very cordial welcome to Dr. Rajesh Pan, National Cybersecurity Coordinator, and his entire team, Dr. Ladies and Manjeet Singh, Mr. R.C. Sharma, and several young colleagues from the industry, particularly from startups, and also academia, and other policy think tanks and regulators and speakers who will be joining us during the day. Also, kudos to several young startups who are incubated in our National Center of Excellence, which is a partnership with MIT and DSCI, Ministry of Electronics and IT and DSCI, who have showcased outside in our lobby area. We encourage all of you all to visit them. In the morning session, if you see in the master class, many of you all have attended, it's really a matter of great pride for all of us in the technology industry that a nascent startup like Neural Networks has conducted a master class which all of us have given so much interest in, which really showcases the budding technology entrepreneurship in the deep tech area in critical sectors in India that is beginning to impact, to be able to build those technology competencies and capacities in the country, not only for India but of course for the worldwide geographies. Now coming to this conference TechNation, if there is a single objective and takeaway that I and my team and Vivek and the entire DSCI team would like to take away from this conference for all of you all is that we want to change the narrative and the talk of what is the cutting edge technology and innovation, to be able to showcase to the entire ecosystem in India first, and of course at a certain point of time to worldwide audiences on the kind of deep tech cutting edge innovation that is happening. It all started with a certain initiative called TechSagar, which DSCR has had the privilege and the opportunity to conceptualize jointly with the National Secretary Coordinator's Office Administration over the last 3 years. It was all about trying to understand in 25 key emerging technology areas what is the capabilities in India which is going to impact and define India's cyber technology capabilities, which is extremely of strategic importance to the country. In these 25 technology areas in TechSagar, we made an effort over the last 2 to 3 years to showcase what are those competencies and where are those capabilities residing, what capabilities are residing in startups, in large industry members, in R&D labs, in public sector research labs, and I think it features more than 4,000 plus entities in these 25 technology areas. Now, why was that needed it was not a cyber security product repository. It's not simply a digital technology solutions repository. It's a repository about emerging technology capabilities in India which can define the cyber technology capability of India. That's the effort we have taken. And the objective of this TechNation, the very first edition of TechNation, the objective that we are driving is to move the narrative from the fact that India is the third largest startup hub. We should take a lot of pride in that. We are one of the largest growing base for unicorns. But a lot of that discussion is around B2C, commercial, consumer solutions in the area of digital payments, maybe in the area of commerce and other citizen services. A lot of it is around e-commerce solutions. We are hoping that a platform like this, coupled with what the TechSagar is showcasing as a national level repository, we are able to appreciate in the entire ecosystem, whether it is big industry, academia, and government policy makers and government decision makers on the cutting edge deep tech technologies that are being built in India, and the masterclass in the morning hopefully was a snapshot or as we say, a peek sneak around what is that kind of capability that is being built in the 5G area. So in the rest of the TechSagar conference, we are actually having those kind of deep dive deliberations. Why is this important? Is because first of all, it is important because India is aspiring to become a $1 trillion digital economy. Initially by 2025, now it is assumed it's by 2026. When we look at this $1 trillion digital economy, yes, we in DSCI were part of the NASSCOM family. We are anchored in the technology industry. The technology industry is estimated to contribute 350 billion of that. So where will that rest of the 650 or whatever is the balance of that $1 billion digital economy is going to come from? It's not just going to come from the tech industry, right? The tech industry is collectively going to estimated to contribute $350 billion, right? The rest is going to come with digital-led or technology-led user enterprises spanning various verticals, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is banking, whether it is healthcare, whether it is transportation and logistics, whether it is education. So in all of this, as they digitize and they become digital enterprises or technology-led enterprises, I think the cyber risk and the cyber security solutions that they need to be able to protect themselves from the cyber risk become very important, and that's why the tech and
Like robotics, I think there is enough of robotics that is happening probably in healthcare and in medicine and in surgery, right? If you go into the state-of-the-art hospitals in India, public sector and private sector, there's so much of robotics that is getting infused in use cases for surgery. So when you look at any one of these emerging technologies, even when you look at IoT, I think 4 or 5 years back we used to have very naive conversations around IoT. Then I think IoT started becoming mainstream thanks to the manufacturing and automotive sector in India and the smart cities mission. So IoT was no longer a buzzword, it was getting mainstreamed in traffic, it was getting mainstreamed in safe cities and surveillance. It was getting mainstream. Now you have enough and more of IoT, not only in industrial applications, but in homes, right? So this entire IoT is now pretty much getting mainstreamed, and there is so much cutting edge innovation that is happening, and there's a lot of focus around IoT security. Whereas now when you look at the plethora of devices and machine-to-machine communication that is happening, and we know AI on one side and IoT on one side, the platforms that need to be built for AI and IoT. I'm just giving you a sample of why each of these deep tech areas is important for mainstreaming and infusing into the various sectors of the economy so that the overall digital momentum in the country is maintained. Because I think digitization in the, the regular consumer-facing sectors like digital payments, banking, maybe, e-commerce, that is, I would say, more than done and dusted, and it is now going to grow on its own steam in an autopilot mode. Whereas in other critical information infrastructure sectors, I think there's a lot that needs to be caused and enabled by partnership between government, industry, startups, and academia. And it's heartening to see the focus on innovation and entrepreneurship, both from government, academia wanting to productionize and commercialize their research in partnership with industry and startup. We are beginning to see, but is enough happening on that front? I believe it's still not happening, and we believe platforms like this, which is bringing the ecosystem together, can start those deliberations and conversations on how academia can collaborate more. We are talking about 25 technology areas in TechSagar. But if you have had a chance to read the TechEd report or the strategic review of NASSCOM, which is published every year, we have declared this year as TechEd, which is the technology decade, right? And now Government of India, Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, all of them are using this narrative and lingua franca of the decade being a TechEd. So when you look at that TechEd, NASSCOM research team, or insights team as it is called, took a shot at what is this tech scope, where they looked at what could be these 25 emerging use cases or technology solution areas which are going to contribute to this $1 trillion digital economy. Right from, electric mobility to, electric charging infrastructure. Something was not point of discourse for us a few years back or even a few months back. Whereas now, how do you enable, while India is moving towards, the electric mobility, how do you enable that electric smart infrastructure, right? And similarly, when you look at digitization,
pre-pandemic in healthcare, lot of focus was around hospital management system. If you go into any health tech conference, the focus was on HMIS systems, patient care systems. Whereas now, the deliberations when you talk about digital technology infusion in healthcare sector, I think post-pandemic in India, in hospitals in India, is of a different level, where we are looking at how can there be, a lot of emerging technologies in healthcare. Or if you look at the logistics sides or mobility side, right? In all of this, the cyber risks have to be thwarted. And when you look at protecting the cyberspace of India, we need to take that in the construct of the current geopolitical risks and the future geopolitical risks, which is, I'm sure, the national security organizations like all agencies of MOD, MHA, MAIT, they're all seized with that. But we in industry have to raise to the bar in being able to support to mitigating those risks, which the government is able to see far more closely based on their deliberations. In all of this, if you see, even Mr. Modi talks about it in some of the conferences, that when he meets with global leaders in any forum, regional forum, bilateral forum, or in any of these forums, G20, or some of the new forums that have come up like Quad, I think cyber is one of the cyber risk and mitigating that cyber risk, and those partnerships are one of the biggest priority discussion items in any bilateral or multilateral discussions or regional level discussions. So in all of this, I think we in the industry and organizations like DSCI, we have a lot to do, a lot to step up on, while we believe when you scan the landscape of the ecosystem that has developed from the TechSagar repository, or you look at the landscape of the cybersecurity startup ecosystem, which is now more than 260, 270 companies, amounting to about $1.3+ billion. We still have a long way to go. If the worldwide cybersecurity industry opportunity is running into, maybe at any point of time, a $155 billion, and we as an industry, totally services plus products is about $10+ billion. I think there's a lot of opportunity, and the innovation ecosystem is something that needs to rise to the occasion. And I'm sure opportunities to partner with public sector research labs and academic institutions will help young entrepreneurs and startups, and particularly startups that we have incubated in our NCOE, to pick up those niche use cases and fast track the product development. Otherwise, I think we are again going to miss the bus, and I do hope this TechNation platform that my colleague Vinayak and the tech team have created will be able to, bring together the stakeholders. This is the first edition, and I'm sure we can have more deliberations around this. And just like in the morning masterclass, we were able to showcase one 5G startup incubated with us. There'll be many such opportunities where we can look at it. So all we would like at the end of the day is that all our eyes are opened up to the fact that we are not just a third startup hub. Great, we need to take pride in that, but that we are also now emerging as a deep tech startup hub, and those kind of deep tech technologies which can contribute to the cyber technology capability and resilience, and also maybe to some extent, mitigate the supply chain risks that we may face given the geopolitical milieu in the world. Thank you, and I hand over to my colleague Sapna.
Anything for me?
No, I didn't talk first.
Thank you, Rama. I would now like to request Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pan for enlightening the audience with his words of wisdom. Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pan is an internationally renowned techno-scholar, warrior, mentor. The officer served the Indian Army signals for 41 years with an...
Thank you, Sapna. I don't want to get, ego trips early in the morning. So, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And my compliments to Rama Vidashri and her team of DSCI for organizing this TechNation event. Very timely and relevant. And why I say timely and relevant is because just 2 days back from the ramparts of the Red Fort, the Prime Minister spoke of Digital India, and he also spoke about the start of Amrit Kal. So far, the 75th year celebrations were being called as the Amrit Mahotsav. And now that the year is almost over, the next 25 years are going to be, or have been termed by him as Amrit Kal, so that by 2047, we are a fully developed nation with all the 5 vows that he had said in his speech. And technology plays a very major role in this, in the development of any nation. And I will again take your minds back to, I think about a month back, where the US Army carried out an operation in Afghanistan, and they took out the most dreaded terrorist of the world, al-Zawahiri. And the weapon that they used was fired from a drone, and that weapon did not have any explosive. All of you may have, or some of you may have read about it, how it entered with pinpoint accuracy, and some blades flew out, and that gentleman died. That is technology. That is what makes military superiority. And like military superiority in all the other sectors also, which Rama also mentioned, whether it's health or economy or transportation, technology makes a difference. The Apple phone, you're aware that Apple does not have any manufacturing facility throughout the world. But wherever it is manufactured, out of $1,000, 700 goes to Apple and 300 to that particular EMS unit. That is the power of IPR, which unfortunately we have not had the culture of. And it's very difficult to compete today because you take a company like Huawei, whose revenues are 150 billion, and even if we take 10% of that, of course they say that they are spending 15% on R&D, but even if we take 10%, they are spending $15 billion on R&D. And look at the pace at which their research and progress will take place as compared to some of the other nations, including ours. And when I mentioned the importance of IPR, my mind went back to a personal example. And since I have about 25, 30 odd minutes, let me just share my experience with you. When I was in IIT Kharagpur in 1982, at the end of it, we had a project. And my project was to make a echo cancellation device. It was a noise cancellation device. So basically, we took noise plus signal as an input, and we took noise and converted it by 180 degrees, a phase reversal, mixed up the signal plus noise, and the signal came out after that. It was a very simple noise canceller. We used the recursive least mean square algorithm to ensure that a pure audio signal comes out, and it worked. And after this project was accepted by the IEEE, I went to the UK to present it. This was 1984. 5 years later, somebody in the US took a patent for this echo cancellation device. It's a very famous name. All of you would be aware of this leader in audio electronics. He's got an Indian background. And since then, he's created an empire out of just a simple device, which is today in every telephone. In every telephone, you'll find a small hole. That is the place from where the noise comes in. It is there in all your high-quality and headphones, etc. So if I had known about this patent business, my bank balance would have been different today. So this is just an example I thought I'll just share, that this is what, we need mentors, we need people to guide us. And with that thought, we had created this portal, TechSagar, that we launched in October 2019, if I remember correctly, where we said, let us have a fusion of people who are involved in research and development of these cutting edge technologies. So we took 25 disciplines, very interesting disciplines, and then we got the R&D, the academia, the industry, the startups, everyone together in one forum so that there could be no duplication, and if somebody else has already created that thing, then you could, discuss with him and do something else, etc. So that was the concept of TechSagar, and again compliments to DSCI. They've been adding a lot of juice to it and ensuring that it continues to succeed. And that is the background for this TechNation event that is being held today. As a nation, we are called the startup nation today. Almost 7,500 startups have been groomed. The government has spent 1,000 crores, and this fund has gone to all the 647 districts of India in the 30 states. From all over the nation, the startups are coming out. The future requires technology because in October, as you're aware, 5G is being launched in India. So that will create an entirely new ecosystem with IoT, industrial IoT, besides all your EMBB, MMTC, and URLLC of the release 15, 16, 17, 3GPP. In addition, the space sector is growing exponentially. OneWeb, Starlink, you have seen how Starlink has been used so successfully in this Eastern European crisis. Even subsurface, a lot of action is taking place. The other day, someone came to my office and said that he's making a quantum random number generator based on the deep sea currents that are taking place in the water. I mean, something that is unimaginable as to how the randomness of the sea is being used to generate QRNGs. We are all aware about quantum, etc. So the creativity is there, and this creativity ideally should take place in liberal democracies like ours. And I am sure that once this news spreads around, there will be a large number of startups in the spaces that I mentioned, including smart cities, IoT, industrial IoT, etc. So with that opening, let me, in the next 20 minutes, give you a helicopter view of what is happening at the national level, so that you know as to which is the direction that India is taking and which are the areas in which you can contemplate and put your focus to and put your energies to and try and come out with these solutions. These are the aspects that I'm going to cover. So basically, cyberspace is the superset or the subset of the interconnected ICT devices, hardware, software, cloud, data, processes. It is borderless, it is ever expanding. Today there are 5 billion internet connected devices, but the moment 5G is launched, there are already 25 billion IoT devices, so this number is going to expand exponentially. The cyberspace is going to expand exponentially. And so is the attack surface and the threat surface. So another peculiarity of cyberspace is that the international laws are very weak, and that is what the criminals take advantage of and carry out their mischief. There is a concept of a national cyberspace also. People are also talking of a national sovereign cyberspace over which we have jurisdiction. But the national cyberspace implies basically the sense that you have data which is lying in a server which is outside the country, AWS or something. So that would be part of national cyberspace if it is your data that is lying. Whereas the national sovereign cyberspace would be one over which you have jurisdiction. So by and large, it would be within the country. The landscape is endless. Digital transformation is now a thing of the past. The digitalization is everywhere. All the sectors, I don't think there's any sector which can today say that it is still working on the old traditional method. In the nation, we have decided to call 7 sectors as critical sectors. And what it implies is that there is an organization called the NCIIPC, the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Sector, that will be doing something extra for the protection of these 7 sectors. So the sectors are as shown. When we say transportation, it includes everything, including the air, rail, shipping, etc. When we say power and energy, it includes both the electrical power as well as the oil and gas, etc. The BFSI is your financial services. So what are the threats? And this chart is seen from left to right, that there are threat actors who are individuals, they're organized criminal gangs, insiders, cyber mercenaries. You heard of ransomware as a service today, that the access brokers, access is the part which takes a very long time in cyber attacks because you have to scan a large number of IP addresses, find the vulnerabilities. So the criminals don't want to waste time, so they go straight in for the access brokers. They are already there, they are selling, they are telling you that these are the vulnerabilities in this particular organization. So you straight away incorporate them. Then there are brokers who are experts in creating exploits and weaponizing them. There are experts in the encryption part, there are experts in the exfiltration part, and there are experts in the illicit finance part. So all these people have got together and they provide ransomware as a service. And this is one of the reasons why instead of technical people, now non-technical people can go to the dark web, take advantage of ransomware as a service, and suddenly there's an exponential increase in ransomware attack. So please keep that at the back of your mind, that whenever you design any solution, if you can address some of the ransomware aspects, then you'll be contributing to the overall safety of the nation. Then terrorists and activists and the state-backed, the bigger APT groups. These are the threat actors. How do they come? The most popular attack vector today still remains phishing. They take advantage of your weaknesses, of your emotional weaknesses, etc., and make sure that the dropper comes into your system from where the lateral spread, escalation of privileges, etc. is done, as per the Mitra attack. So it's worth knowing what are the 13 stages of the Mitra attack. If you want to defend, you must know how the attacks take place. The other attack vectors are as shown: social engineering, Trojans, supply chain, a very important attack vector which has become very serious in the last few years after the attack of the SolarWinds case took place in the US. Ransom and adware I've mentioned. And how do you protect it? Basically, the PPT that we've been saying for the last almost 15 years, that people, process, and technologies are most important to be controlled in order to prevent these attacks. As far as the nation is concerned, you can see on this bar graph how the exponential increase in the reported incidents of CERT has taken place. This is right from the CERT data. Major sectors in the first half of this year by ransomware have also been indicated. Of course, the good news is that from 47, we've jumped to 10th position in the GCI index of the United Nations, ITU. As far as the threat landscape is concerned, why the attacks are taking place is because the internet was never designed for security. So that is another open area for the startups as to how to make the internet more secure. Because IPv4, when it started off in the 1970s, was created by DARPA of the US, the Defense Applied Research Projects Agency, and they basically wanted to exchange information between 5 of their labs. So security was never on their mind. But now, because of the misuse and the fact that you do not know where the packet is coming from, where it is going, it takes the open shortest file first sort of a routing. There are no checks. So they have, been taken off advantage of by the threat actors. So IPv6 is going to address some of these issues as far as the security is concerned. Then, of course, there is asymmetricity. Some of you may have heard that recently nation states have been held to ransom. Puerto Rico, Peru, Costa Rica, Canada, their entire government infrastructure, all their departments have been encrypted and crippled. So just imagine, this is the asymmetricity that we are talking of, that just a few criminals, if I may say so, with laptops and sophisticated tools can today hold nations to ransom. That is the seriousness of this issue. Uh, Quasi-kinetic, why I'm saying is because normally we keep saying that there is kinetic warfare, there is non-kinetic warfare, but when we see what cyber can do in power plants, in water systems, when you attack hospitals, there have been some death cases also. So this is a word that I have been using, that I say it is not non-kinetic, this is quasi-kinetic warfare that is done through the cyber domain. Balkanization of the internet is a reality now. After what has happened in Eastern Europe, you have seen how Russia has already practiced that in case the internet pipes are cut, how do they continue to function? China has always been that way with their golden shield, etc. Some other nations are also contemplating. We are also having a plan as to how do we continue to have our root servers kept updated in case something happens. But balkanization of the internet is something that is likely to take place over the next decade. And again, whatever products you develop, you have to keep these aspects in mind, which is why I'm bringing them out. There are the tools that are available in GitHub. You can go to GitHub and buy. Why buy? You can just download some ransomware tool or some other tool that you want, and just you don't even have to be technical. You just type run.py or something, and that Python script will run, and you can be a criminal. Not that I'm telling you to be a criminal, but I'm telling you that the tools are available very easily. And of course, there's churning in the dark web. So as you're aware, there is a surface web, which is about 10%, 90% is the dark and deep web. And today, after this event has taken place or is taking place in Eastern Europe, there is a lot of churning that has taken place in the dark web. The Hydra group is talking of exposing some other group, and data of each other is being revealed, etc. So for the first time, we are seeing some sort of a splinter net in the dark web also. These are some of the changing global landscape, these things. So since most of you are from the industrial sector or are going to target the industrial sector, the solution is that certain actions have to be done before the attacks take place. That is where resilience comes in. So the three hard truths of cyberspace are that vulnerabilities will continue to exist. Second is that attacks will continue to take place. And third is that the attribution of these attacks will be as difficult as it is today. So if this is the atmosphere, then how do we continue to function with resilience in cyberspace? That is the challenge, because traditional security measures are not able to provide the adequate cyber security. So the cycle of protect, detect, respond, recover is what has to be addressed to ensure resilience. So your people, process, technologies, the confidentiality, integrity, availability of information, threat intelligence, continuous automated red teaming, incident response, cyber crisis management plans, compliance and audit. These are the aspects that will provide you with resilience. And it's not if, but when the organization, and that should be the philosophy of all CISOs and all implementers, etc. So some of the issues that are important is that ideally the IT and the cyber should be separated in the enterprise. It's like the judge and jury, etc. Then the qualification of the CISO are very important. He must be suitably qualified. The external cyber audit should be as seriously taken as the financial audit, and enterprises must invest in cyber security, including the educational awareness and the training part. Some initiatives that we have taken at the national level include conduct of exercise, which we had right here in the month of April from 18 to 28, where again the DSCI was our partner. Then various ministries have issued advisories and taken action, including Health Ministry, Consumer Affairs, Ministry of Electronics and IT. Notifications have taken place. DOT has released guidelines. The Smart City guidelines have been issued. Audit baselines are there you can go to the CERT portal and see the baselines for the audit. And strengthening of NIC. The cybercrime is a very important aspect. So we started with 1930, I think another slide is there. And then 28th April, guidelines of the CERT-in. So these CERT-in guidelines are very important. There are 6 aspects that have been covered in that all the service providers now have to adhere to the network time protocol, which is there through the NIC server also and the NTP server also. Then cyber incidents have to be reported within 6 hours, and the service providers have to have a POC and VPS providers and VPN, this is very important. They have to now maintain logs for 5 years because this is how the attacks are taking place even now. So KYC, etc. So these guidelines are very important. Power sector recently has issued through their CEA, that's the regulator for the power sector, very elaborate guidelines for all their 4 verticals of generation, transmission, distribution, and grid operations, and various best practices. And they've also practiced this cyber crisis management plan. Telecom sector, National Security Directive on Telecom sector was issued on 16 December and implemented from 15th June last year, which is ensuring that only trusted products and sources are being connected to the national telecom network of the nation. For cybercrime, I said a new number has been allotted, 1930 common number, besides the cybercrime.gov.in portal. And various cyber cells have been set up. Cyber Jagrukta Divas is being maintained or celebrated on the first Wednesday of every month. And various training aspects are being done on cybercrime for the police personnel. In addition, a large number of free tools are available for all of you. These have been developed by CDAC, including a Cyber Raksha Kavach, which has been developed for the MSMEs. And I was part of the function about 3 weeks back when it was launched through the CII. And this is a free tool that is available for MSMEs. As I said earlier, cyberspace is borderless. The criminals have got together. So it's very important for like-minded nations to come together and fight this menace. With that in view, we carry out a lot of international cooperation, including at the UN level, open-ended working group. There's a UN ad hoc committee, which is creating a new convention for cybercrime. A counter-ransomware initiative has been taken by a group of 36 nations. There are various initiatives at the Quad level and at the regional level of BRICS, SCO, BIMSTEC, and also cooperation with the Interpol. So finally, what is the way ahead? The way ahead is that the entire ecosystem of cybersecurity will be addressed at the national level. One of the manner in which it will be addressed will be through our national cybersecurity strategy, which I've been saying for quite some time has been or is waiting final approval. So that will address all the aspects that I mentioned here, the policy aspects, the capacity building aspects, the training awareness, testing, certification, etc. So you will find all this in the cybersecurity strategy as and when it is issued. So these were some of the initiatives that the government was taking, and some sort of an overview of the national cyberspace. So this is the background based on which now you can see which is the area that you have to address. Please go to TechSagar. Please continue to interact with DSCI. They have a center in Noida where a free facility is given to startups. So they have the servers and a lot of other facilities are there, and I have visited there. It's an excellent facility. A lot of other places I have seen in Hyderabad, Center of Excellence, and some of the other states also, they are providing free facilities for startups to invest in projects related to cyberspace. So I think we have a bright future, and with that positive note, let me thank DSCI for having me here. I wish all of you stay healthy and happy. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Pant. We shall now do the much-awaited launch of the TechSagar mobile application. The TechSagar app gives you the ease of access, personalized experience, and the seamless navigation of India's cybertech capabilities at the touch of your fingertips. The key feature allows the subscribers to view company portfolios and get the detailed analysis of the company financials. Browse features, chat with entities, engage as a contributor, and stay updated about the notifications related to events and seminars. So I would request Dr. Pant and Rama to please do the honors and launch the mobile app. Thank you, dignitaries. The delegates can now download the mobile app by scanning the QR codes placed in the lobby area. The app is available for Android users. We'll soon be launching the app for iOS users as well. So, this culminates the inaugural session, and I would once again like to thank Lieutenant General Dr. Rajesh Pan and Rama to set the tone for the day. Moving next, we have the power-packed address by two eminent speakers on the topic, Critical and Emerging Technologies, Agenda for Cooperation, Supply Chain, Diversification, Private Sector, and Investments. Please join me in welcoming Mr. G. Narendranath, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, and Dr. Rajeshwari Pillai Rajgopalan, Director, Center for Security, Strategy and Technology, Observer Research Foundation. I would now like to request Mr. G. Narendranath, Joint Secretary, National Security Council Secretariat, for the address.
Thank you. Good morning to all of you. It's a pleasure to be here, and I thank DSCI to having provided me the opportunity to interact with all of you. We've had, actually, if you look at the inaugural session, we had two speakers who gave us a very, comprehensive and broad overview of both the technology landscape from Ms. Rama Vidisri, and a very comprehensive overview of the cyberspace and the challenges that are there and the initiatives that the government is taking in this regard. So from that, it's a challenge for me, to live up to the expectations that have been set out in the inaugural session. Fortunately for me, I've been associated with the critical and emerging technologies since around last year. After the Quad, we had the Quad Summit in last year, and it was a remote summit that was there, a virtual summit. And one of the decisions that was taken, in addition to, among other things, was to cooperate in the area of critical and emerging technologies and establish a working group for that. And working group was established in April of last year. And from India, I've been nominated as the chair for the critical and emerging technologies working group for the Quad. I've been involved in the cyber security area in the National Security Council Secretariat prior to that, and even now. And before that, I was in, looking after security in the Department of Telecommunications. The last 1 year that we've been working in the critical and emerging technologies area has given us a good insight into the aspects of that which are critical for us from the national security perspective. It is important from the national security perspective in the sense that because of the interconnectedness of the world that we have today and the dependencies that are there for that and the leverage that it provides, that we ourselves develop competencies as a nation in the critical and emerging technologies for us to play our role in the world. The world powers, if you see, in the recent past and the future, and the role that nations would play would depend on the technological prowess that they possess and they develop. And that is something that it's been recognized. And that is why, when the Quad nations got together, one of the focus areas, in addition to, of course, the vaccines, because of the COVID that was happening, the cooperation on that they talked about, was the focus that has come on the critical emerging technologies. And the shift in world power that was taking place because of competencies that are developing in these areas by different countries, and the shift in balance of power that was happening because of that. So there are national security implications that are there. Of course, there are implications for the development of the economy of the country. There are implications for the overall well-being of the citizens of this country because of applications of new technology that's come in. And there are, of course, national security implications that come in. So, what I'll do is, I'll just dwell on some of the technologies that are there. And what are the challenges that we have, and what could be the way forward that we could look at to address these challenges. I'll just list out a few of them. One of the things that we're all talking about is the blockchain and digital ledger technologies. Of course, people talk of cryptocurrencies. That's one manifestation of it. But more than that is the underlying technology of the digital ledger technologies in blockchain. Why is it important? It's been brought out in the earlier session regarding the digitization that has happened and across the country. You'll find that and we also know that because with our NPCI and the large-scale digital transactions that have happened, India is a leading figure in financial transactions. It's a natural transition that will happen towards CBDC. It's not that we might have apprehensions about it. There might be certain opposition to it or in that. But still, the feeling is that there'll be natural transition that will happen towards digital, CBDCs and digital currencies that will happen. We should be prepared for it. And this is a time for us to participate. And there's a lot of, there are challenges in that, especially in terms of interoperability, cross-border transactions, large-scale availability, and it being part of digital inclusion. So these are all challenges. How do you, get through that? And especially when you talk in terms of ubiquitous connectivity not being available across geographies. Geographically, if you take, even now you find that there are pockets in this country where connectivity might not be available. So how do we actually go in for digital currencies when we might not be having connectivity and might be having to have peer-to-peer transactions that are required to be done? So there are a lot of technological challenges that are there. There might be some regulatory challenges that are there. And there's a body of work that's happening for standardization of this activity in different forums. So this is one area, I think, that we have to work in and concentrate on. And it is also an opportunity to address some of the challenges that are there in the current financial systems, how the bad actors are using it for it. So, how do we inbuild the anti-money laundering and the countering of financing of terrorism requirements that are there, and for which, we are still struggling. And when the CBDC comes along, is it possible in the design philosophy that we start with to incorporate these, these requirements into that so that the AML and CFT requirements are met? So this is one area that we look at it. The other, of course, is 5G has been talked about, and 5G and then subsequently 6G is something that people are talking about. 5G is, a lot of standardization work has already happened. There's still some amount of standardization work is happening, especially for low latency applications that are there. That's a work that's going on, body of work that's happening there. And then talk is happening about 6G. India has not been a very active participant especially in the standardization activities. So it's when you looked at the 4G part of it and the 5G part of it, we are not really a very active participant. But one thing is good that has happened is that, especially with the 5G coming on, there's an awakening that has happened upon. And you will find that there was a 5G task force that was set up and a report had come about. And there's an engagement with the industry and academia that has taken place. The Department of Telecom has, given a project for a 5G testbed with the IIT Madras as one of the project management unit, and involving some academic and research institutes. And you'll find that a core group of people has been developed who have developed competence in developing 5G, protocols and 5G solutions. So this is one good activity that has happened. And with 6G coming along, one thing good is that they've established this task force, the 6G task force, with multiple verticals in that for exploring the different dimensions of that. One is, for example, on the innovative solutions. Other is on device ecosystem. The third is on R&D. The fourth is on financing. So you'll find that a task force with multiple groups to address the different dimensions of 6G has already been established. And this task force have also created reports. They've done a study. It's a body that's had industry and academia and government experts involved in all of that. And they've come up with those reports. Now the challenge is to take whatever these findings are there ahead and then see that we have activities happening both in research and industry in this particular area of 6G. The other area when we talk of critical and emerging technologies is the IoT area. Now, would you say that it's an emerging technology? I wouldn't say it's an emerging technology, but I would say it's a critical technology. We have large-scale deployment of IoT devices, but has it reached saturation level? No. You will find that there'll be an exponential growth. Despite the large-scale deployment of IoT devices, we are nowhere near saturation in this regard. There would be an exponential growth of IoT devices, and there will be multiple use cases for IoT devices. We are not yet through with what could be the use cases that would be there. You will find that especially, when you look at the different sectors that are there, when you look at agriculture or, health or entertainment or home IoT requirements. So you will find that there are multiple transportation. You talk of any application, you will find there will be multiple deployments of IoT sensors that will be there, IoT actuators that will be there. And this is another area, and there will be a lot of applications that will be riding on that will require to be developed. So this is another area, that we have an opportunity, especially with the strength in software that we have, that we could take a leadership role in this regard. And attached with this connectivity of 5G and the IoT deployments is the back-end data processing ability and the AI tools that are riding on that. And in this regard also, we have just touched and scratched the surface of the possibilities that are there in AI and data analytics. Just look at it. The pandemic that has occurred, it should be possible with IoT sensors collecting medical data and, of course, from different treatments that are happening across in different hospitals or different clinics or different diagnostic centers, the data that is coming about. It should be possible that the next pandemic that comes about should be detected at its source before it becomes a pandemic. And the immense possibilities of, working on this data to actually study diseases and find out, what could be the possible cures. that are possible with large volumes of data that we collected. So this is one particular area I'm talking about, medical area. If you look at agriculture, you look at the possibility of education, the type of targeted provision of learning interventions that can be given to individuals to optimize the learning capability of that individual, that the possibilities that are there. So it's huge, actually. You could take leadership position in these areas. So when you see one of the other area, of course, underlying all of these technologies is the semiconductors area. And associated with the semiconductors areas is the material science area, the development of new materials that are required for that. So this is another area where, we require to have a leadership position. In the quad group, when we started looking at the critical and emerging technologies and what are the vulnerabilities that the nations have in this regard, we started working on a mapping exercise. Especially the mapping exercise with regard to supply chains, because supply chains are critical, and then you could actually hold a country to ransom, or a country could be crippled by a disruption in the supply chain. And we have seen what supply chain in semiconductors is doing with us, with the increase in the time it takes for you to get your semiconductors. It's taking up to anywhere up to around 36 months to 48 months to get some of the chips. The effect it is happening on the industry. With that, you understand, we looked at the supply chains, and when we started working out, it was not only the question of whether we have foundries that we have capacity, whether it was a design capabilities that we have, but one important component that came about was the critical minerals that go into the semiconductors. The rare earths that are there, the high purity, high grade gases that the gases that go into the semiconductor production. Where are these supply chains? And we find that some of the countries strategically we have been acquiring the sources from where these materials come. Whether in terms of processing of the materials, or whether in terms of mining of those materials. If it is not within their own countries, they have been going out and then acquiring those mines from other countries. And it's a phenomenon that's been happening for quite some time. It's a foresight that's been there. So there are vulnerabilities in that. So when we did a supply chain mapping, and this is some of the vulnerabilities we've explored. And in this, in the supply chain mapping that happened, when we started off multiple areas of technology, but they found that the humongous nature of the exercise was such that we said, let's first concentrate on what is very important currently, and which is the semiconductor area. And there are certain critical technologies in semiconductor. For example, the lithography part of it is concentrated in one particular company. And it is the one company from based out of Europe that supplies the lithographic equipment across the world. The criticality of that company and the possibility that something happens to that company of the supply chain disruption that could happen for lithography is so critical. So when we look at the critical and emerging technologies that we found out, and the mapping exercise that we had undertaken, we found there are certain areas that require focus. One is in the area of developing expertise within the country, both in terms of the capacity and capability of the people, or in the areas of artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, biotechnology. Of course, in this DSAI area, we might not be talking about biotechnology, but biotechnology we have identified as a very critical area. because of the immense possibilities that are there in biotechnology of the type of applications that would come about. Let's say genes, synthesis of genes, gene editing, and the numerous products that could be designed out of these, these technologies, and how critical are they. And of course, the possibilities for malicious activities in these areas, and the possibilities of these technologies getting into wrong hands. Okay, I think I've covered bulk of the areas. So one of the things that we looked at was the capacity and capability development, and the recognition that the capacity and capability is not available in all the countries, that we have to have partners with whom we work to indulge in capacity and capability development. The recognition that all the components of technology are not available with everybody, and it is also not possible that we will develop all the components of the technologies in all the countries, and there's an element of cooperation that is required. And it is very important for us to work with like-minded countries, to develop expertise in the areas. And the other aspect is active participation in standards development activities, which has not been one of our strong points. And the fourth is, of course, development of IPRs and possession of the intellectual property, so that we have control over these technologies. And the fifth is, of course, how do we, have a control over the access to these technologies, so that, and we monitor the malicious use of these technologies, because they are dual-use technologies. Most of the critical and emerging technology areas, whether you talk in terms of quantum, or they talk in terms of artificial intelligence, otherwise they talk in terms of biotechnology, they are all dual-use technologies, and there are malicious activities that could happen. And what are the protocols that we should put in place to see that we can control the dual use of these technologies? So with these, I'll rest now. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Moving next, it gives me immense pleasure to call Dr. Rajeshwari Pillai Rajgopalan, Director, Center for Security, Strategy and Technology, Observer Research Foundation, on the stage, and request her to share her views on the topic. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I pretty much agree with Mr. Narendranath and what he had to say. So I don't think, but I think I'm going to approach the subject a little bit from a sort of a geopolitical perspective, because I think the changing balance of power which he referred to, and the changing intensified competition between the US and China is kind of driving a lot of the competition in the tech domain. So I'm going to be looking at the role of technology, tech-driven competition, and the geopolitics of the Indo-Pacific, which is what is critical from our national security perspective, our tech sovereignty perspective in a sense. So the US continues to maintain a leadership position in old and new technologies, but China has been making consistent investments and is fast emerging as a peer competitor to the United States. Nevertheless, I would say the Beijing is still some distance away from posing as a serious challenge to Washington. There is, in a sense, there's no country that has invested in the technology sector as much as the United States over the decades, and therefore that competence and the edge that the US maintains, it's difficult to get over, including by countries like Russia or China in the immediate future. But over the years, the US-led national security-related technology is not just led by the Department of Defense alone, and I think that's something that we can look at as an important aspect. The role of the private sector, for instance, has been critical in maintaining that edge, technological edge in this particular competition. And this is an area that China has actually taken lessons from the US, from the West in general, and learned to expand the number of stakeholders that are involved, bringing private sector, whether it is into the space domain, into the quantum, artificial intelligence, each of these sectors, China has managed to bring in a large number of private sector participation into the sectors, making their competitiveness much better, kind of closing the gap between the US and China in a big way. So I think these are something that we need to kind of look at and see how can we improve our competence and what are those things that we need to do. So in today's rapidly changing geopolitical context, technology has become an essential source of military and economic power. And therefore, I think increasing political and military competition would spread to technology as well as a source of power. This is something that we are already witnessing in the current US-China technology rivalry. The return of great power politics with the US and China at the top has therefore spread to the technology domains as well. The fear or insecurities of losing out on a critical national security related technology, and now not just for national security, but also for economic and social development purposes, how that can be impacted in a sense. So therefore, technology is seen as something essential, and losing out is not an option for either the United States or China in a sense. The US, for a while, in fact, did not pay much attention to the serious nature of the China threat that has been looming, especially in the technology domain, because of the significant other superiority that it managed to maintain, number one. Second, because there were a lot of other important security threats that loomed large for the United States, like terrorism in the post-9/11 scenario, so on and so forth. And therefore, China managed to continue to sort of rise in the technology domain without much of an attention from the US and other world. Meanwhile, something else happened, which is that China emerged also as the world's literally manufacturing factory in a sense. Manufacturing hub, the world's factory, the low-cost advantage that China offered also sent a lot of the manufacturing capacities, the infrastructure, to China because it made economic sense. But what also happened in the process is that you have the emergence of China as a manufacturing headquarters for the entire world. There was also technologies of all kinds that were proliferated, that were transferred to China, whether it is in terms of clean technology, green technology, more efficient technologies that were handed to China so that they could cater to the demand from the US or broadly the West in a sense. But there was also the hope that Chinese society, as they become wealthy and prosperous, that they would become politically more open as well as embrace liberalism, democratic ideals, and so on and so forth. But what China instead pursued was that they gained competence in manufacturing, made technological advancements by hook or crook. That was what the path that they have followed for the last several decades in a sense. But today, with the intensification of great power competition, driven by the shift in the balance of power dynamics, technology is at the center of this competition. The return of great power politics has also come up with unprecedented insecurities because China is still developing certain competencies in a certain number of areas. Nevertheless, the reality of complex interface between geopolitics and technology is a sign of undeniable competition between US and China in terms of creating new technology coalitions, partnerships, hardlining of policies in terms of technology transfer, and so on and so forth. So technology is and will continue to be an essential source of military and economic power, and therefore, increasing political and military competition would spread to technology, like I said, as well as it will become a source of power in a sense. So the second question that we need to look at is the kind of what does this competition really mean? One key aspect of technology competition in terms of developing technology at the national level, at the domestic, you develop your own capacity in order to strengthen your own capability mix. But technology competition as we see it today will include not only national technology development, but also efforts to limit the technology proliferation to other countries that you don't want other countries to pursue in a sense. So you are trying to limit the technological capabilities of your adversary as well, including through putting restrictions on the spread of technology. Though the second part has not begun in complete total earnest as of now, there are some efforts by the US universities, US for instance, where the Chinese researchers are being restricted to enter certain universities and actual science, where they have science implications and policy implications and kind of thing. So the intangible technology transfer through researchers, as China trying to send researchers into high-tech universities in the US and so on and so forth. These are areas where the US is beginning to put some restrictions, but it's still not full-fledged a policy on the part of the US. But I think you can be certain about the fact that There is going to be a return of the erstwhile technology export control regimes that shaped pretty much during the Cold War years, in a sense. So in the past, export controls, I'll come to it, name a few of those that have played a significant role in regulating the technologies and capabilities. There have been several efforts made by the industrialized and developed world since the end of World War II to control the spread of strategic goods and dual-use technologies. That is, goods that might have an impact, that might have use both in the civil and military sectors, in a sense. These gained, of course, greater traction during the Cold War as the Cold War competition picked up between the US and the Soviet Union. Therefore, there have been several multilateral export controls that came about, as well as US domestic regulations that came into play while engaging in international trade on strategic goods. Export control regimes, including one of the first ones was the Coordinating Committee on Multilateral Export Controls, COCOM. Or you have the Nuclear Suppliers Group, which we are all possibly familiar with over the last few years. We have seen the way we have been trying to gain an entry into the NSG and how China has played a less than supporting role there. So that's one group. A third group is the Missile Technology Control Regime, MTCR. You have the Australia group. Each of these is aimed at restricting certain broader category of goods or technologies, or otherwise Australia group, for instance, there are certain ones for chemical materials or biological materials or cyber and so on and so forth, or of course nuclear when it comes to the NSG. As far as the US domestic regulations are concerned, the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, ITAR, and Export Administration Regulations are two major instruments that have had a significant approach in regulating trade in strategic goods. This in turn has helped the US to maintain that competitive edge that I talked about earlier in the remarks. So something like the ITAR, or the International Traffic in Arms Regulations, as well as the Export Administration Regulations, aimed at ensuring that defense and strategic technologies do not fall into the wrong hands, could come up as the competition between now US and China intensifies. Items that have a direct or indirect military end use or defense-related applications, again, are going to be scrutinized most in this kind of competitive environment. One of the most so in that sense, again, ITAR, I just wanted to talk about, it covers, for instance, space technology because of its application to missile technology or the ability to convert or expand your program, civil space program, into a military space program. So given the current growing trends in space weaponization, where China, for instance, has been developing a range of counter-space capabilities, including anti-satellite missiles, cyber and electronic warfare in space, using lasers to deny the adversaries their advantages in space, and so on and so forth. The ITAR-like regulations from the US side, but also export control, globally accepted export control, multilateral export control regimes could come about again. But again, there are some differences in, even as we develop some of the new export controls, there are going to be differences. Because today, when we look back in the previous decades, you are talking about primarily the US and Soviet Union being the two major technology developers and technology users. But today you have a large number of countries who are engaged in this exercise. Proliferation of technologies has happened in a big way. So export controls have traditionally been one of the most effective ways of controlling the advanced and military-related technologies. But the dual-use nature of many of these technologies also means that a lot of these systems and components cannot be controlled effectively by export control regimes. Because many of the today's emerging and critical technologies also bring in significant benefits to the life of people, be it for communications or dealing with weather forecasting and so on and so forth, a number of different applications in the civil sector in a sense. So how do you go about restricting the flow of technologies because these technologies can be used in a nefarious manner? That's a critical thing. So while certain technologies will still need to be restricted, the effectiveness of many of these regulations can be questionable because one, there's of their dual-use nature. Second, this proliferation of technologies have happened, and therefore the spread of technologies is with a large number of countries today. So how much control can you effectively put in place? So I think that's something that we need to look at. In fact, countries today are intended on sharing certain technologies for geopolitical reasons, and based on their own political leanings than legitimate requirements of the countries. Again, this is so evident in our own neighborhood, whether it's China and Pakistan, what kind of technology transfers have happened in the past as well as continues to happen. And so there is a lot of geopolitical interest and political leanings that come into play when we talk about proliferation of technologies. And that there are various other alternate technologies available, and they may not be as advanced and sophisticated as that of the US, and that everything cannot be controlled in a sense, all technologies cannot be controlled, brings into question the effectiveness of these kind of regulations, whether it is national level regulations or multilateral export control regimes. Nevertheless, I think new technology regulations aimed at limiting the transfer of technologies to various countries will take shape with a new sense of purpose in a sense. The geopolitical as well as ideological divisions are becoming clearer and sharper, especially between democracies and authoritarianism, between US and China being one case. And these are not easy to be developed because of the interdependent nature of the world today. Everyone is going to be affected in a sense. The effects will be much more severe than during the first Cold War, what we saw, because of the deep economic linkages between different states, dispersed manufacturing, prevalence of high tech across a number of sectors that are in the wider area and a wider use today. But I think some of the things that we need to recognize is these all technologies, critical and emerging technologies, have become important for economic development and growth for all countries, especially for developed countries because of the intertwined nature of the current geopolitics and technology. Another quick aspect that I want to look at is the investment in technology. What kind of investments are we seeing? Where do we see that investment coming from? So critical question is how much investment can be made given the high cost of some of these technologies? Here in this context, again, brain drain becomes particularly important in this regard. In the case of India, there will need to be a number of enabling policies that will be able to, one, retain the talent or even bring back the talent as China has done so effectively over the decades. There has also been the economic angle. There has to be investment, are sufficient funds available to sustain the research to be done within the country. Political stability, I think that's something that is extremely important. From a legal perspective, copyright, IPR issues that also come into play. Intellectual appreciation of your talent and your work output in a sense. Intellectual freedom, density, capacity for growth. I think these are the kind of investments that we need to see across not just financial investment, but also from a legal and political perspective. How do we create and incentivize the talent to stay put within the country or try and bring back, incentivize them to come back into the country? But like Mr. Nath said, high cost of technology also means a lot of collaboration. So everything need not be done by yourself. There are ways to make that happen through partnership with like-minded countries. And I think the like-minded countries is the key word out there. So in terms of you build up collaboration which also can limit the control of technology, which takes me back to the point of the export controls. But collaboration is mostly with your partners you're talking about, with like-minded partners. And I think that can make a lot of difference. Let me take a couple of minutes to talk about a few things on the supply chain issue. I think China's behavior since the beginning of 2020, even in the middle of the pandemic, the manner in which China has worked, has behaved, especially with all of its neighbors, have been particularly antagonized in a lot of countries. China's actions, and therefore, in a sense, have forced many multilateral partnerships or smaller partnerships in the Indo-Pacific. And one such grouping, especially to focusing on the supply chain issue, is the Australia-Japan-India Trilateral Initiative, AJI, acknowledging the danger of over-dependence, economic as well as other critical mineral over-dependence on China. Supply chain diversification has therefore, and resilience therefore, have become an important issue for all the three countries. In fact, even Modi talked about this to say that Prime Minister Modi said when he said that the need to shape global supply chain based on trust and stability. And I think when you look at that particular aspect, I don't think China is the country that we can work with in that sense. But again, how do we become sort of a hub in a sense? How do we create those new partnerships? How can we take advantage of the emerging situation in a sense? And again, reducing dependence on China, especially for India, it's not going to be easy, at least in the short term. At the same time, difficulties with China, especially over the last 2 years, have reached a point where opinion is certainly shifting within Delhi. Indian elite opinion makers have amply made it clear that India will need to bite the bullet, and even if it means going through some very hard times in the immediate time frame, in a sense. And I think that requires a higher level political commitment to pursue those kind of measures, even if they are hard times. How do we sort of reduce the dependence on China so that how... I don't think India is still not considering complete economic decoupling that with China. And I don't think that is a feasible kind of way to go about it, at least in the immediate. But a significant reduction in terms of our reliance on China, on economic and other technology issues. Only the last few years ago, we stopped, for instance, depending on China for defense technologies, defense electronics, which we were completely reliant on China earlier because China provides the most economically feasible or cheapest of technologies. But the fact that we have taken a decision to move away from China, that's a good call. But again, we need to pursue that on many other sectors as well. But one recent example or the development that doesn't give me much confidence is for instance, we developed satellites, we developed our own navigation system. The Indian Space Research Organization has done that. But our version of sort of a smaller version of the GPS, the US GPS, called the NAVIC system. But the NAVIC system needs receivers. And the receivers apparently were developed. There were a few Indian companies that went on to develop these receivers, but apparently they were not most effective or efficient ones, and therefore we have given it to a Chinese company. It completely I'm left with no words really, because if you're looking at creating your own NAVIC and navigation system because you don't want to rely on the US or other suppliers of the GPS sort of information, and especially from China, you don't want to have anything to do with them. But you go and give their receivers production to China. That really defeats the purpose of moving away from China when it comes to important national security related technologies. So that's just one. So in a sense, so there are serious difficulties, but there are also some very hard questions that we need to ask. And some of these examples really give you the kind of difficulties because of our lower manufacturing capabilities on the ground, but also how do we encourage and create new partnerships, maybe a joint venture between, if you look at in the larger Indo-Pacific region, you have Japan, you have South Korea, you have Taiwan, sorry. These are countries who have been excelling in this particular area, electronics and so on and so forth. So why not partner with or create a joint partnership, joint venture between an Indian company and one of these countries, rather than relying on China for some of these critical missions and so on and so forth. So moving out of China is going to be difficult because of the cheapness of the technology that China offers. But I think from a national security perspective, we need to make some hard decision in how we do that. So I think, yeah, so we need to make some of the broader points I want to talk about is in terms of, because of this kind of difficulty in having, we don't have our own solid manufacturing base, and also given our interest in moving away from China, how do we create new partnerships? Setting up, coming together with like-minded partners in setting up alternatives so that they can sort of give us some maneuverability to move away from China in a sense. AJI, the Australia, Japan, India initiative is just one such initiative, but I think we need to have many more such initiatives that offers us many more options in a sense. So to kind of sum up, I think the return of great power politics is very, very, very real. It has also brought in so many different uncertainties. And I think the Cold War is actually knocking at your door, but it's going to be a very different Cold War that you have from the first Cold War that we saw between the US and Soviet Union. For one, you have the second pole of power right next door to you. And next door to you, and a country with whom you have a baggage of history, having gone into war with each other, or have a current active live conflict. You have continuing border and unresolved border and territorial issues with this country. So it's going to be a very different Cold War that you're sort of envisaging in the sense, and politics, how it's going to play out. But technology will remain one of the critical factors, and I think partnering with like-minded partners, like-minded countries is the way to kind of go about. This will play out in almost all the sectors, whether it is artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, facial recognition, and these are things that China has already big push in a sense, hypersonics, drones, and so on and so forth. And of course, in some of the traditional technology domains like space, outer space, missile defense, or nuclear, and so on and so forth. So all of these are going to have a major impact on the emerging strategic dynamics in the Indo-Pacific. The geopolitical impact of the new technologies has become a compelling reality in the Indo-Pacific. So if we have to benefit from and create our own kind of space, self-sufficiency, self-reliance, these are things that I've heard for decades now. But again, complete self-reliance and self-sufficiency is not going to happen. But how do we make feasible, pragmatic coalitions with like-minded partners so as to benefit as much? Quad is one example, as Mr. Nath brought out earlier, but Quad is also, and I think Quad, we have made some important statements, important deliverables. I would not have thought for a long time that India would actually be partnering with Quad because it's an exclusive club at the end of the day, partnering on some of the critical and emerging technologies, space, or things like that. But the fact that we have come this far, engaging with Quad and other minilaterals like the AJI, is an indication that India does feel the sense of the severity of the threats that emerges from China, especially over the last 2 years, has become too important, too significant, and there are limited options for India to do all of this on its own in managing these threats. So therefore, partnering with Quad as well as other minilaterals for India in the technology and security domain is the way to go about. Let me stop there, and I'll be happy to hear your thoughts and any questions. Thank you.
I would like to thank the speakers for sharing their views, and we shall let the team set the stage for the next session, please.
Thank you. We're running short of time. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Proceeding further, please join me in welcoming the first keynote of the day. The topic for the keynote would be India's emerging technology game plan for the decade. We have with us Ms. Namita Jain, Practice Lead Digital Transformation Research at NASSCOM. Please welcome Mr. Vinayak Godse, Senior Vice President, for his keynote. For the second keynote, basically. Please, Ms. Namita, you can please share the keynote and your details. You can come at the podium.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me here. It's been a wonderful series of sessions since morning, trying to understand the various expert views on the critical and emerging technologies and the importance of addressing all of them together as part of building our national security plan. What I would like to present today to you is where India is when it comes to technology adoption thus far. And there are two ways to look at it. One is how good is our own technology industry, and the second, how deeply penetrated is the core technology adoption across the end user segments. So let's quickly delve into that. I think, we've talked a lot about how India has done exceedingly well when it comes to performance economically as well as technologically in the years of the pandemic. We saw a major dip in 2020, but we recovered very smartly. Economically, we were about 9% plus. The world also grew, and that also gave our growth a lot of impetus because demand grew. And with demand, technology demand particularly grew a lot more. And that is what we see. Globally, the tech spend went from 0.9% in 2020 to 9% in 2021. And every conversation that we have, it looks even more promising, particularly the nature of digital technology spend, the extent of digital transformation in overall technology contracts. Those look very, very promising. So how did our technology industry do? I think exceedingly well. An year of historic performance, if we look at it. We closed the year at about $227 billion of revenue with a $30 billion incremental revenue. That's the highest in a year. At a rate of 15.5% growth, that's again a historic in a single year. And it's interesting that the technology industry collectively added $100 billion in the last 10 years. The first $100 billion that the industry had achieved was in 30 years. We're literally, accelerating the speed at which the industry is growing, and that's not only because of our capabilities, but also of the significance of digital technologies and transformation that globally is being recognized more so as a result of the pandemic. We hit a lot of historic highs along all the pillars of our strength. IT services crossed 100 billion, ER&D, software products at historic levels of growth, and e-commerce as well. And there are implications of this growth across all the technology areas that are emerging in India because they give us a lot of strength. We have one of the best technology talents. The rate of growth of technology talent is very high in India. We look at how that technology talent demand gap is so low in India that singularly puts us in a very strong position globally. So when it comes to emerging technology, I know there are a lot of emerging technologies that we can talk about, but if we just paint a picture, and I just wanted to paint a picture for all of us, what are we really very, very good at? Where are we getting better? And where are we rapidly evolving and we have a lot more work to do? And these are just some snapshot areas for us to think through. But data access, as the Honorable Joint Secretary said, everything will look a lot better when we fully roll out 5G. But we've come significantly far ahead. 700 million internet users in India. For the first time in 2021, in the middle of the pandemic, rural India adoption pips urban India adoption. That's a significant first for us. We expect 5G subscriptions to reach 500 million within 5 years. 500 million of the first subscriptions of 2G, 3G, 4G took significantly longer for us. So as we get on to more and more advanced technology, our rate of adoption becomes higher and higher because we are looking at that inflection point now reaching in the country. FinTech is an example of large-scale digital public platforms. We've not just done fantastically well with UPI, talk about CoWIN, talk about Aadhaar, talk about GSTN, talk about the IT returns platform that we have. At scale, at speed, we've done significantly well there. And I think we've established our maturity there. Cloud and AI maturity, two areas, but we can take it across to other areas as well. Cloud, we are beginning to see a level of maturity come within the Indian organizations. Almost 80% in one of our annual surveys said that they will significantly increase spend. So while we have gone far ahead when it comes to public and hybrid cloud adoption, there is still a lot more scope, especially given the long tail of the small and medium-sized enterprises that India has. AI maturity, I want to talk a little bit more about that. This was the first year when we launched something called the AI Adoption Index. It was a maturity index that NASSCOM launched to assess how the end user or the non-tech sector is adopting AI and how well is it doing. And that, in the backdrop of the scope that AI presents, which is almost $500 billion worth of economic value add in the next 4 to 5 years, I think we need to make a lot more progress. When we measured the overall maturity, all of us, we were humbled a little bit. On a scale of 4, we were a 2.45. That's encouraging because there were very few starters, very few companies at the beginning level, but a lot of companies who are still shaping data strategy, still trying to understand the value proposition of AI for their organization, still trying to figure out what the best use cases are, and still trying to figure out how to scale AI because data is in silos. And I think those are some of the fundamental challenges that we will have to resolve when we talk about AI and its impact at scale. And once that scale hits, I think what we've seen in some of the mature organizations is once that scale hits, it automatically starts to show compounding results. And the rapidly evolving, there was a good amount of discussion early on how manufacturing can lead the way. And I think the idea is for manufacturing to be a 25% GDP contributor by 2025-26. We don't think that's possible without technology. And we've seen some steps towards Industry 4.0, which is, again, as we think about it, a coalition or a convergence of technologies, but really to rethink how we produce effectively, quickly, and at much higher quality. Quantum is another one, but and quantum is very significant also because the government has notified it as a national, as a technology of national mission and importance. But needless to say, there are many more technologies where we are rapidly evolving. 5G, semiconductors. While just coming here, I read something very, very interesting and encouraging about 3D printing and how 3D printing has been used for the first time in the country to create a corneal transplant, a successful corneal transplant. And that gives us a lot of hope when it comes to human organ development and transplant. So some of these technologies will definitely collectively take us forward. That was where we are, but it was also important for us to do an exercise when it comes to benchmarking. How do we do globally? So digital transformation has been taken on by the developed parts of the world very, very aggressively. 2011, Germany gave the call for Industry 4.0. And since then, the manufacturing side has taken on. So we just wanted to do a little bit of exercise within NASSCOM. So we launched a digital enterprise maturity study, which was global in nature. And the idea was to understand how different regions do, how different companies do, and what does digital transformation maturity really look like? Is India too far behind? Is India too far ahead? Where exactly is India? And it's an interesting combination of findings, but some things that I want to point out very specifically. We are very good with some fundamental technology areas and the focus towards that, cloud being one. 67 to 70% of the companies said that their business workflows were on the cloud. There's a very, very high readiness for our organizations, even the end user side, not just the technology side, towards hybrid model. What that tells us is that we've cracked the code of employee engagement, productivity, and delivery on time and on quality, even in this time of crisis in a hybrid mode. There's a lot more focus on ESG. Later on, we'll also, in fact, on the slide itself, there's also a lot of focus on cybersecurity. When you put the two together, we've seen a significant movement towards defining enterprise risk strategies, towards figuring out what would be the compliance requirements and how will technology actually help, identify and detect risks to the business, help prepare the organization to handle those risks better, and respond in a much better way. When we look at what we've discussed this far, what gives us a little bit more hope and a lot of positive sentiment, even when we are in the middle of an ongoing pandemic and a lot of geopolitical uncertainty, are certain very interesting things, which is very core resource capabilities. I want to point out some of those. One is our talent pool. We have a 1.6 million strong, digitally skilled talent. This is just the talent that has been, trained to use digital technologies or the convergence of digital technologies and apply it in use cases. And this is just the figure with the tech industry. If we look at the overall industry, this number will be significantly higher, and that pool exists today. We anyways have the highest number of STEM graduates, churning out every year. If you look at the tech talent demand supply gap, we have that as the lowest in the world, just 21%. On average, the world's talent demand supply gap is anywhere north of 26, 27%. And some of the developed nations have it much higher. The Global Innovation Index ranking of 46 is a great ranking to have. We've cracked the top 50. There's a long way to go, and I think we discussed a lot about how the IP regulations have to become a lot friendlier. But nevertheless, we've seen almost a 1.5x increase in R&D investments just in the middle of the pandemic. We are the third largest startup hub, 25,000 startups, 42 new unicorns just created in 2021, 24 billion funding just in 2021, and about 2,000 plus started just in 2021. We've seen a significant number of these startups in some of the more advanced tech areas, not just the fintech, the agri-tech, the retail, and the edtech sectors that were very prominent before the pandemic, but we've seen a lot of drone startups, startups in the space tech, startups in blockchain, Web3, metaverse, gaming technologies. All of these areas have come up significantly. And to add to that, the deep tech startups. The deep tech startups is an interesting figure because that just forms about less than 10% or 12% of the overall startup ecosystem, but draws significant amount of funding and also is growing at a much higher rate. So with all the capabilities, there was a little bit of thinking that we had to do of, why is it still very difficult to scale technology and reap the benefit of technology? Is probably because of this particular snapshot. The kind of or the nature of problems that we are trying to solve with technology are anything but extremely complex. Whether we talk about health, climate, migrant crisis, whether we talk about water crisis, waste, whether we talk about crises that are man-made or natural. These are going to be of gigantic proportions. And these are all global crises. We will be affected. So we'll have issues about scaling and experimenting with technology at a rapid rate, but also solving with technology for impact. I'm not sure if the slide is very visible, but what we wanted to do when we looked at a lot of industry level problems at the technology sector itself, as well as the geopolitical and the macroeconomic challenges that are shaping up. What are some of the themes that, India, with its emerging, I would say, appetite for much faster technology adoption, what should we be investing in? And we said there are top 25 themes that if we are able to invest in the next 3, 5, 10 years, will set us really well to claim this decade as India's decade. We kind of did this exercise in the strategic review, and if you look at some of these technologies, these are all areas that solve for healthcare and access to quality healthcare for all. It solves for supply chains by, optimizing logistics, making sourcing and procurement very responsible, traceable, trackable. It solves for the problem or the lack of trust in digital technologies that we are facing because of the whole cryptocurrency issue by really institutionalizing CBDCs, by building an overarching trust architecture. It solves for energy crisis by looking at waste to energy, smart grids. It solves for the mobility problem by rethinking mobility itself from the India context holistically, and a lot of other things. But just a set of ideas to give us a direction to think through. And the technology sector obviously has a big role to play in making all of that happen while it grows towards its goal of a 350 billion. If you look at the orange and the black sections, we would actually literally go 10 to 12x when it comes to digital revenues. What that means is there is a lot of work that needs to be done when it comes to emerging and critical technologies. And I'll leave with some guiding principles. We've been thinking at NASSCOM a lot about what should the guiding principles of any technology solution in this decade be. And we've come up with these 5. It has to be disruptive. The innovation has to be for impact. It just not has to be for innovation's sake. It has to be ethics-led. It has to be inclusive with security at the core of it. And ultimately, it has to be human-centric. With that, I'll leave you for the floor for Vinayak. Thank you.
Thank you, Navita. I would now like to call upon Mr. Vinayak Godse, Senior Vice President for second keynote. The topic of the keynote is TechSagar, India's Cybertech repository, what it offers.
Thank you. And in this brief discussion, what I will really try to talk is how these critical technology discussions we have been hearing and what really entails, and most of the time the discussion comes to a level of the supply chain discussion always. And what do you mean by supply chain? Try to understand that and how this needs to be seen from the ecosystem perspective, what we need for all of this discussion from the ground up intelligence perspective, how should we focus more on capability, and there will be need some connected considered actions, and probably those actions we have been taking. So we know that the technology geopolitics basically had been quite significantly been discussed, and the recent conference also talks about setting up a specific working group for the critical and emerging technology. And this group of US, Australia, Japan, and India, this particular group had been quite significantly focused on critical technology. And key thing that it talks about, we need to enhance the resiliency of supply chain because it looks like it's very concentrated in some pockets in globally basically. And while doing that, unlock the opportunity in this technology, critical emerging technology areas basically. And that's where the entire geopolitics discussions are happening with respect to technology actually. So what it entails is basically, it does come up with some kind of common statement of principles and critical technology supply chains. It talks about 5G and how we need to diversify the entire 5G technology ecosystem, and we discussed that in the morning, what effort that we have been taking in this country basically in that actually. It also talks about the cooperation that we need to have, and probably way of standardization is a way to ensure that the technologies are leveraged well. And then strong engagement with the private sector, because we had been seeing in India and other parts of the globe, the private sector's role in technology development is very important. And more importantly, how do we converge the industry partner and also bring the business and investment together to make that possible, basically. So here, I think what we are basically seeing from the TechSagar perspective is it can contribute from the very ground-up understanding perspective, and we'll talk about that, what role that something like TechSagar can play in this particular ecosystem, basically. So when we talk about supply chain, there is some study which was there, been done by, and I have seen this particular study in RSA conference in 2019, which talked about some companies which are outside, headquarters of the US, basically. When there comes to core thing, basically, and then tier 2 things that you bring to develop a technology, and then tier 3 things, basically. And let's look at the kind of complexity of this map, basically, where it goes, basically, right? And their dependency, basically. So for the tier 3 and almost 39 different product lines, and how that has been dependent on the Chinese manufacturing, and how all that is triggered all the discussion that we are hearing. So this is something, it triggered the discussion, basically. There's still a lot of core technology, some of the key players keeping with them, but there are a lot of those secondary, tertiary, but those exposures are now making some of those countries like China to work on some of the basic technologies, basically. And this particular, we are also putting in the country this effort, but this particular supply chain map basically is becoming more and more complex, because we had been probably until now it was more manufacturing product side, but going forward, because of cloud computing coming in together, and we know that we want to use each and every capability that are available globally across and deliver to you the cloud, basically we like to use them. So this will become quite significant issues and problem in the future, basically. This is still a physical product until now, but now it will be more software side. It is more software that will be delivered and capabilities that will be delivered over the cloud, basically. And that's why in the recent discussion of the supply chain and discussion, the US especially talked about the software supply chain security, basically. Because increasingly, because of the cloud ecosystem which is coming in, software will become very important component of the supply chain. And there is the very important point and component of that which talks about the software bill of material. Your just comprehension about what the software composes of, and from where exactly those capabilities are coming and how they are coming together to deliver the value to you, basically. So just to make you better understand, so you can also look at this. We have put a display here, basically. So this is just simple supply chain of robotics, basically. So when you talk about robots, what you basically talk? So the hardware component go to a robot. Then there are some sensors, basically, because robot has to work, and so sensor is very important part of that. Then motors and actuator, because you want robot to work on a lot of situation, including the industrial situation, basically. Then a lot of middleware which will be driving to take those actions, physical as well as the logical actions, and computing actions as well, basically. It has to communicate internally in the ecosystem at a micro and micro level, basically. It has to interface with so many different external plus inside components together, basically. The navigation is very important. You need to have micro attention to navigation, because robot has to move in the facility, and robot also sometimes needs to move into larger, bigger areas as well, basically. Then the software capability that leveraged all those capability available, basically. Then the analytics that you need to do, because if you want to really, robot is moving, object is there, robot has to identify that object, basically, right? So that object identification is a part of the analytics, basically. And then all those effort that we are putting, so battery, so until now we had been largely discussed battery in terms of only the car and use of electric mobility, but the use of battery here will be also crucial, and various different form factors, various different use cases of robot, you will require you to have various different kind of a battery ecosystem there. And at the end, this is how do you process or bring the robotic process automation to a lot of the physical as well as the logical work that you would basically do. So typically, and I had also tried to put together different components under each of that. Typically, this will be the larger, bigger system, which robot I am talking about, and this would have these many key components, and these key components would put together will make the robot, basically. And none of one company may be expert in working on each of these particular components, basically. So, and on top of it, basically, these robots will be used in as a as a soft bot, they will be used as smarting robots, they will be used as industrial robots, they will be used as service robots basically. They will sometimes use as a collaborative robots basically. They may be used for the personal use as well. So the use case is also very important from the this perspective. So we have put together some effort, and there are almost 300 plus companies are working in this area, in robotics area basically. But we need to understand what they are doing. We need to understand what kind of capabilities that they have. And is there a possibility for us to map that on the supply chain basically? So that's the effort that we want to take as a part of this TechSagar. So mapping the current capabilities of country against the supply chain at a larger, bigger level for individual component level as well. I'll talk about what do we mean by individual component level basically. Let's take this as an example basically. So I'm taking same supply chain here, all these components putting together, and then trying to map some of those companies' work, which we try to identify and put together in a TechSagar basically. So if you take these companies, like for that matter, there's a Sastra robot, there's a Grid bot, there is a Pari robot, which now acquired, then As Robotics, then Arcade Robotics, then Semantics, then this de facto, right? Just look at the Sastra definitely has some level of hardware capability. The Grid bot has definitely good capability in software. That it has like a self-programming robot capability that they have. They also have the visual inspection. The Wipro Pari is largely the mechanical and actuators is the basic capability basically. Then we come to this Arcade and Semantics, basically the arm control and motion picking. Such kind of capabilities are very important from the robotics perspective. So this is one set of the capabilities, and I try to map those companies on these capabilities map I try to put together here. Then the second set of the companies like this Invento, this ATI, then Swaya Robotics, then Roboto, then Wireis, then Qualitas, then Alog, and Omnipresent, and Texan basically. So these they have, like for example, this Invento has this autonomous navigation capability. Depending on the situation, depending on the space, it moves around, understanding the topography of an individual small room or location. It also has the face recognition capability. So means it does have the navigation ability, and it does have analytics as well as the software capability. This ATI, which is another interesting thing, which use LiDAR capability to navigation. It also has fleet management capability, basically. So this Swaya Robotics is a very interesting innovation. So they have full stack capability, and if you are building a collaborative robotic platform, basically, so you can use that platform to and the stack that they are providing to you, basically, to pull the collaborative robots, basically. Similarly, the Roboto is a platform basically for insights and vision. It also does vision control and basically monitoring. Similarly, this Wireis has been used for data sync up, and actually it's also used for the simulation purpose. Then route planning, the object detection, then mapping up a area, like Alog is doing mapping of the area. If you look at this organization, Omnipresent, which does monitoring and surveillance kind of a work, and then this Texan is known for the robotic process automation, basically. So this understanding this capability and trying to understand overall at the larger level where these capabilities stand is very important. Then there are a couple of more companies like this Singlar, which has the vision capability and visual intelligence, so is with the MAD, basically. So what it tells us, basically, so we know that we have capability in software, we know we have capability largely in AI ML, basically, and we have some capability in hardware as well. So we have those kind of capabilities coming to be part of the robotic ecosystem, basically. But when it comes to middleware, when it comes to communication layer, basically, to large extent in the motors and actuators as well, to hardware as well, battery ecosystem as well, there's not much of the capability exists, basically. So this helps us to understand, this kind of exercise helps us. It's not like we want to do this more and more for different ecosystem, but this kind of exercise helps us to understand where exactly the capability lies, basically. We just heard in last conversation in hardware ecosystem where exactly the capability lies and where exactly is the gap, basically. So such kind of efforts is basically that we are trying to put as a part of this TechSagar initiative that we have been working together. Now this is a larger ecosystem, right? Robots as a system, basically. Now let's look at the individual component, because it's not only the larger ecosystem, but individual component also has supply chain. This is just to make us understanding what do we mean by supply chain, because that concept discussion is at a various different level. One, we talked about a larger robot as a system, and now I'm just taking one component as an example, and just try to make this entire discussion very contextual to particular things. So we know cloud computing is coming. We know we are talking about extreme digitization. We know IoT industrialization is happening, basically. And that leads to a lot of context and data that get thrown by the sensors and recorders, and we need to capture that and work on that. That's one part. Secondly, we are now going to 4K, 8K kind of a streaming platform, basically. And then increasingly, the architectures are changing from request-driven to event-driven. This many more kind of data would be helping you to take decision, basically. So this is a reality. This is a business reality of the current age, basically, right? If I had to really map all of those discussion of AI, ML, and this media streaming and all of those discussions that we talk about. So means the value of data will be quite significantly higher, and this is definitely higher and higher day by day. And then because it is analytics, we need to process historical as well as the current stream of data. We need to collect the data and we need to share the data, basically, and we need to process data in a way that we are able to stream 8K video as well on the media, basically, right? So means there is just one small capability I just talked here is the data speed, high-speed data connectors, basically. It's a very important capability, basically, which fuels many of these kind of innovation that we talk about here. It used in data center, it can be used in even some of the handheld devices, basically. And this particular capability requires you to have highest performance from the speed perspective, but because we will be using various different devices, the form factor should be very flexible as well, actually. So that's another thing, basically. Then it should support the diversity of the application and also integrate with the larger, bigger architecture I just talked about in case of robotics, basically, in this particular case. So means we are talking about HPC, we are talking about cloud, we are talking about edge computing as well. Like a set-top box is an edge computing device for me, basically, because it processes a lot of those things at a set-top sub, basically. And it also talks about mobility, storage, and networking as well. So this is an entire ecosystem. I'm trying to just put it together. So now these are companies which provides you this cloud, provides you the set-top box, provides you this kind of a larger, bigger thing, basically, right? Like this Montage, Silicon Go, MyThing. So they are known for the OEM for the such kind of the larger product ecosystem like a set-top box, basically. But then we need to look at the technical capabilities, basically. So what underneath for that, basically, when we talk about high-speed data connector. So high-speed data connector has to conform to the standards. So now the standards are coming there, PCI Gen 4. Then there are some the Gen 3 standard, TSMC, USB 3.1.0, the multi-standard for SerDes as well. There is a TSMC, GPS SerDes standards as well, basically. So these are some of the technicality of things that needs to be conformed if you are developing or you are working on developing this high-speed data connector IP, basically, right? And somebody can build that IP, basically. So, and there is this PCI body which does standardization for this particular work, actually. And this kind of a data connector that somebody is working, this is the body basically which has been working to develop a standards, and people are betting on the standard, people are developing the products at a level, and these standards are used to look at the performance, testing the equipments and components, basically. So this is what the entire larger, bigger discussion, how it, when we talk about one component like a data high-speed data connector, where exactly it comes, basically. And when we look at this component, basically, so just take this component and the technical capability I just talked about, generic word, this capability will be called as a high-speed data connector. But then keywords are PCI Gen 4.0, which probably talks about 40 GB per second kind of a data transfer, Gen 1, SerDes, HPC, which comes below the 28 nanometer. Use cases are in media, storage, network, cloud, basically. It talks about the different services, tools, and IP products. So you can, competence is you may serve somebody, you may develop tools for this, and you may have IP or product in this particular area. You may have the set-top box as the end product, or you may have IPs which can support the set-top box, basically, right? So this could be a possible way the technology can look at. Now let's look at, if somebody is building a high-speed data connector, let's look at the supply chain for that individual component. So the individual component, somebody is trying to build this particular data connector. they have to develop the schematic design, they have to do the layout design, they have to look at the fabrication, they have to take care of the packaging. This is a typical, if you build IP, this is a process you go over. You have to define the PCB, you have to do silicon testing and validation, and then the entire product will come in the market. Right? So just in the last 1 or 2 months, basically, we try to put one company in TechSagar. So this particular company, and then you can do this as a service. Somebody can get this specification, somebody can work and design particular this IP or this particular capability and give it to somebody who is paying for this service. Somebody can provide tools to probably test this particular IP or something which is coming in this particular area. Somebody can do tools. Somebody can develop IP. So I have IP and I can give it to the larger, bigger OEMs and they can use this IP. Or somebody may have larger end products. I may have set-top box. I'm just talking about, I may have set-top box. I may have, in that set-top box, I may have this IP, which is a high-speed data connector as IP. Somebody else can give it to me. I may own that IP basically. I may provide service to somebody. So this is where the technology ecosystem and hardware semiconductor works basically, right? So I'm just taking one example. This company we just put in TechSagar in last 10-15 days basically. So this is IP basically, right? So somebody is developing high-speed data connector and this IP would be relevant to all other use cases I talked about, how this will go to the larger, bigger ecosystem, including robotics to media to cloud to network, all these things basically. And this is a company basically, Terminus Circuit basically is the company, which is a Bangalore-based company, which has been, and there are a couple of more companies also, which have been working in developing this particular IP, which is called as a generic word it calls as a high-speed data connector IP basically. But n number of small nuanced technology discussion standards do come into picture when you talk about developing this IP basically. And this is a ground-up effort. This is a ground-up effort in terms of how people are building those and which can form a larger, bigger ecosystem in a product basically, right? So, and there are such a 200 plus companies now in India which are probably working in some of those domains basically, and we are trying to add them into this TechSagar repository. So what we talk about is a larger, bigger ecosystem from the supply chain perspective, but when it comes to individual component, so these are some of the nuances that needs to be looked at when we are talking about supply chain discussion basically. So this is, I just wanted, because since morning we had been trying to talk about supply chain, but when you talk about supply chain, where exactly the discussion and understanding, so this is what done effort for this particular session. So then what we are trying to do is, how do we create then this particular understanding, and this understanding is not only for one IP, there could be many multiple IPs, many multiple capabilities. How do we ensure that we have that data, that information, put it together, understand it, try to put into sense basically, try to create those kind of a supply chain mapping, and we need definitely support from the larger ecosystem and people, and we thankfully last 1 month we ran quite a good campaign. Almost 60 plus people are now agreeing to work with us and doing these kind of exercises basically. So this is how the TechSagar would probably enrich the ground up understanding of technology capability of the country, and so that it can be, so one is the understanding, but other part is basically you should also connect with this technology quite well, and that's why this mobile application can help you. All this is the very first version of mobile application, we'll keep updating it continuously. So one is create this understanding, have this information, but other challenge that we found is people should get connected. They should come to this granular level. They should come to this that level that we have been talking here basically. And that's why mobile application probably could help us this, and that's what the basic intent of putting this mobile application together. And with this basically, what we really want to do is, how do we bring this entire ecosystem of a technology player or startup or incubators and accelerators, different investor ecosystem from the government, from corporate, from private equity, from VC, from HNI. I mean, I was happy to see a couple of months back, Technology Development Board of a DST put a separate kind of a call for application only for semiconductor IP design projects basically. They got quite a good response basically, and they did it for cybersecurity as well. But these are some of the effort which government is putting now. Corporates are now also. I'm seeing some of the big corporates are putting now a lot of bet on hardware and semiconductor basically. I'm just taking hardware semiconductor as one of the important example basically. So HNI, angel investment, investors, a lot of them has to work together. Academia research is happening, but probably industrialization, productization, commercialization research is not really thing that is happening, and we need to work hard. Although that is improved quite significantly. R&D institute, more important the user organization which have been using this basically. And their understanding about entire this ecosystem is very important. Different government organization, developmental, defense, government department, state government, and I'm myself has been witnessing the interesting work which is happening at a government organization, defense organization, is building new technology basically at a ground up level basically. And that's the effort that we are putting together, ki understanding from ground up level and also making sure that the people are more connected to this basically. And the startup and overall ecosystem, how we can work together to build this ecosystem, but also the ground up intelligence and ground up intelligence understanding basically. So that's the effort that we'll be putting together. And if you really want to see the supply chain, there is a display that we basically put together which can help you understand that better. But we would like to invite you all, appeal you all basically to come and join us to do this kind of effort well, so that we have we will multiply this effort which is putting together, so that we understand this better and we have very better strategy. For example, I just showed in a robotics basically. So we know where our strengths are, and we know where the supply chain and some of the strengths where probably we need to put effort on basically. So such kind of effort that we all put together, and probably with that I think I would like to conclude my presentation. Yeah, means we are doing for a couple of more, like AR, we are doing it. We will be doing for other 2-3 more as well. But we almost 50-60 people are now willing to work with us. So with that, we may probably add to this actually. But there's a tremendous amount of effort is required for this actually. Yeah, so we are trying to see, means definitely priority we are looking at, means inherently having come from security becomes our priority, but we are also looking at what are nationally critical, depending on our discussion that we have. For example, 5G was a priority, that's why in the morning we put that exercise. So 5G or 6G could be our key priority in coming future basically. So likewise, we'll identify priority areas and trying to do this exercise basically. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, so I think that needs good exercise on that. But this is just one or couple of exercises that we have been doing, and we would like to work and pursue this in the future as well. Yeah. What happened? So you can ask Naila.
Like only 7.3%. So actually in India, like India is very strong on software, on the software side, but weak on hardware, like semiconductor we are, so earlier government of India had a policy ESDM, electronic system device system and manufacturing. So semiconductor, because it is going to be of critical importance, semiconductor manufacturing. So India needs to ramp up its semiconductor hardware side, semiconductor manufacturing, and we are weak on the hardware side. Southeast Asia, China, Taiwan is a very small country and supplying 70% of the semiconductors. So Thailand, Southeast Asia, they are strong on hardware. So why India is weak on hardware, and how we can ramp it up, like with the policy support like ESDM?
Yeah, I think we are recognize it, and we are already working on it, right? So Government of India last, I think 3-4 years had been focusing on this manufacturing electronics quite well, and now some of the recent announcement about the significant investment is also coming in this area. So, and the quite an incentive quite funding promises coming from the government, and the ecosystem is also getting built around that basically. So this has been recognized, and there is action which is coming out of it actually.
Yeah, because there was a electronic manufacturing parks with the
Yeah, but
association.
with the good part in semiconductor is we have good design capability, which we can leverage on. Some of the IPs I talked about here are the people who already work on a global companies and came out and they started up their organization and developing this IP basically. So the support that we are now trying to put in that area could help this kind of organization, like for example TDB's particular support which is now coming for the hardware semiconductor, that will help them to really, because see, hardware semiconductor is a very difficult part, right? In software it's very easy to build a product and bring it to the market. Hardware semiconductor, it's almost 2-3 years that you need to give it to yourself to really bring those IPs basically, because very intensive effort basically. So that investment support is now coming from government and other power sectors as well actually. Only challenge in hardware semiconductors we are saying is the talent in that area basically, because talent is still going mostly on software and AI ML kind of thing, not in this. Yesterday only I was talking to somebody at a very global leader in semiconductor. Key challenge is saying ki the talent in the semiconductor design part basically, and they are seeing Europe is emerging quite a good player in that as compared to India, because India's primary engineers want to work in software and AI ML basically. So that challenge needs to be solved, and there are efforts going on that side as well actually.
Yes. Actually, Government of India established many years back that software semiconductor complex in Chandigarh, and it can play a leading role.
The things are now shaping from all the direction. So the ecosystem needs to evolve, and that ecosystem is evolving basically. Means I know that a lot needs to be done in this area, but at least there are some credible steps that government has taken in this area, and not only government, ground up as well. A lot of startups and a lot of companies are putting their lot of bet in this area actually.
Alcina is their electronic component manufacturing association.
Yeah.
So with them, government had this to promote the electronic manufacturing clusters, EMC scheme with the electronic system device design and manufacturing, ESDM policy. So that can help if it can be promoted and extended and appropriated accordingly. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So with this, we conclude the first half of the day.
So we'll be breaking for a networking lunch, and you can interact with your fellow colleagues and the other Cybertech players who showcasing their capabilities outside in the exhibition area. I would request everyone to please be back by 2:30 sharp for the second half, which is a parallel panel discussions that we have. Also, we have sessions planned in the Mirza Ghalib Hall, which is right opposite to the auditorium. You can please visit the registration desk to look at the agendas for the second half and accordingly decide. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I request all the speakers and guests to please come back to the auditorium? And there's another parallel session happening in the mall, in the hall right opposite, Mirza Ghalib Hall. So people who are interested to attend the other session can please proceed to the Mirza Ghalib Hall. So you'll have to look at the agenda outside. Yes, sir. I'll just help you out. I would request all the guests outside to please join us back in the auditorium. While we have the other guests joining us, we'll start with the keynotes and sessions. So thank you for joining us back. We shall now start with our track sessions for the day. Please join me in welcoming the speakers for the panel session. The topic for the session is New Semiconductors Paradigm, Fast-Shifting Space for Semiconductors and Its Applications. We have with us Colonel Anurag Awasthi, Vice President, Government and Corporate Affairs and Public Policy, India Electronics and Semiconductors Association. We have Dr. Manan Suri, Associate Professor, IIT Delhi. We have Mr. Mohan Jindal, Founder, CEO, Chipsprit. And to moderate the session, we have with us Mr. Preet Yadav, R&D SOC, Technical Program Manager, NSP Semiconductors. Over to you, Mr. Preet.
Guys, can you hear me? Oh, well, this is working. Okay, great, thank you. So, good afternoon and welcome to this post-noon session. And before we get started, I see the house full here. I would request, my fellow dear friends at the back, if they can come forward. Probably that will make it, more interactive for us instead of sitting on different corners. And I'll request these beautiful ladies to even, if you can move forward. Don't bother about the do not sit, chairs here. And to my fellows on the left as well, if you guys can also come forward, that would be quite helpful. Great, much better. Thank you. Okay, so with this, exciting session during the first half and a good meal, welcome you back here. And I sure this panel is not gonna get you a nap here because we have very diverse constitution of this panel, starting with Mr. Mohan Jindal, who's running his own venture of Chipsprits. Dr. Manan Suri from IIT Delhi, representing the academia part of it, and Colonel Anurag from IESA, the pioneer industry body who works a lot in ESTM, electronics and semicon space, and myself from NXC Semiconductor, Preet. But whatever we are going to talk, and at least I'm going to talk and speak about would be my personal views, not my organization's view. Okay. So semicon is a a buzzword these days, and I give a big thanks to COVID and to the chip shortage to make us famous. Okay, why COVID? COVID really helped us to fast track our technology. I would say development and proliferation. I would have not imagined ever that all the schools going online ever without COVID. And we never thought of, our little ones who are going to say first or second standard to get to know how MS Teams works. Okay, how do you spotlight someone or how do you share your screen? But thanks to COVID, all that has happened. And then again, a big thanks to chip shortage. I know that's not a good situation to be in, but that really helped us out to be the talk of town to every corner, nook and corner of the globe, that everyone now understands what is a semicon. So that has become a central focus stage for all the, I would say, industry directly or indirectly associated with semicon, or the countries who might be already doing good, or including the countries who are yet to get started with semicon. They have realized the significance, the importance of having semiconductors. So here particularly, we would like to talk in context to Indian semicon ecosystem. So let me share few stats here. Being an engineer, stats are something favorite to me. The India semiconductor component industry is supposed to reach to 300 billion by 2026. I'm not talking about 10 years, 50 or 20 years down the line. I'm just talking about couple of years. We are already midway 2022. Another 3 to 4 years, this is the kind of heap we expect it to be. Only the Indian semicon components. Thanks to the initiative by Government of India, our Make in India initiatives, initiatives of PLI, production link schemes, and an incentive of about 10 billion USD, which government is has pumped to get this going on a fast track. Another report released by ISA was in news this morning. It says that about 85 to 100 billion USD out of the 550 to 600 billion global semiconductor manufacturing could be India's stake. So that's about 15% of whole global semicon manufacturing we are talking about. It's a big figure, but I feel good. At least we are talking about those kind of double-digit figures for this semicon industry. I read it was news yesterday that Lam, which is one of the leading semicon equipment manufacturer, they have started. They are going to start their another R&D office in India, and all those good things are happening. You might have heard recently people are moving from their traditional businesses to semicon or electronics business. One of the example, very recent one, is a textile leader from Rajasthan, Bhilwara, about 1.2 billion group. They said, we want to go and do electric vehicles. And what in electric vehicle? The electric batteries. They did all the textile garments all these years, but they now want to go and take a piece of cake out of this huge pie of ESTM sector. So that's it. This is the significance. I'm talking in context to semiconductors within India, and everyone knows about Vedanta Group's big commitment they are gonna do with respect to semiconductors in India. So with this quick brief, how we would like to run this another 40 minutes would be that I will request each of my respected panelists to share their thoughts as an opening remark for about 3 to 4 minutes each, and followed by a couple of rounds of questions, and then I'll keep the floor open for any Q&A from all of you respected audience here. So with this, let me start from right to left. Mohan is sitting next to me. So Mohan, would you like to share your thoughts, your opening remarks to the audience? Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Is it audible? Is it working?
You need to be a little closer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it working now?
Mm-hmm.
Better?
I can hear you well.
Okay. Okay. So yeah, now it is working good. So the main idea here is, of course, I mean, I went to Def Expo 2020 in Lucknow. Okay, so there was nothing like semiconductor separate section. Okay, so the Def Expo that is happening this year. So they gave me a call. Okay, your stall will be in semiconductor section. So it was happy to see that people know what is semiconductor somewhat. Okay, of course it goes in between like insulators and conductors. Somewhere in between, then I explain them. Okay, semi means semicircle type of thing. Okay, in between that, whatever sometimes it insulates, sometimes it conducts. So that is how we are trying to actually establish some of it in terms of the understanding how it is happening. And I believe with the DLI push, the PLI push by the Prime Minister Ji and by all the government initiatives, we are in the right direction. And there are a lot of things to be done. I mean, it's difficult to say that we are there. I think looking at the sphere of atmosphere in India, it is going to be good, going to be big. It will take some time. I mean, at Chip Spirit, we are doing some stuff which is difficult to explain. Okay, we are not doing no software without software. So people say, oh, and something can work without software at all. Then we had to explain how it goes, how the physical things happen, how electrons move. Okay, the real electronics happen. Okay, but it is getting there. Okay, so we are, I think, doing our own bit in terms of all this between these bytes and bits and whatever we do talk about. So yeah, and that is how I take it. And maybe Preet, you added well. I mean, as you said, some of the things are moving from now. People are looking at from garment, from other industries also. They are looking in futuristic manner. And that's how it happened, I will say, even in Taiwan, even in the US, I mean, Chinese market. So if you see globally also, mean, I was talking to like Singapore, you know, they have fab. Okay. You see this Israel, they have fab. Okay. And you see India, okay. I mean, you don't have fab. Even they are smaller than Delhi, okay, and some of them, okay. So that is the importance to the technology. I think government is doing their bit, but as startups, we also have to do our bit. I mean, it's not about government only. They can only enable us. They can only just be enabler and I mean some stuff, but we have to do our own hard work. We are doing. I mean, I know the team who is here. We have a stall here, by the way. Okay, I'm just promoting. Okay, right now, if you have time, please go there, have some time, and I think that's about it in terms of semiconductor. I mean, there's a lot to talk about, and I think in the conversation we'll go along there. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, great. So I'll be a little critical here, the timekeeper, to ensure we give due diligence to the time allocated for our panel. So thank you so much, Mohan, for sharing your thoughts. We are in SAMI, we are not fully there and fully here, but somewhere between insulator and the conductor. So with this, let me pass on the mic to Colonel Anurag, who is representative of the Government Affairs and Public Policies for IESA, Indian Electronic and Semiconductor Association. Over to you, Anurag.
Okay, thanks, Preet. Can you guys listen? Am I audible? All right. Firstly, it's very intimidating to see a clock in front of you which is ticking. It's rather intimidating. Half the time you are looking at the clock as to where the needle is going. Okay, let me start by saying something which I've always said with an absolute copyright, which says that, India is a country which has a capability of disappointing both the pessimist and the optimist alike. So you please understand what I mean by saying that. So having said that, I'll allude to the report which Preet has just mentioned, which Counterpoint and IESA, that is, we are the premier industry body which looks after the ESTM and semiconductor space in the country. We've just taken it out yesterday, which alludes to a $300 billion market of semiconductors, which includes all wearables, automobiles, you name it, what have you, by 2026. I mean, it's a humongous amount of money that we're looking at, insofar as the size of the sheer size of the market is concerned. Now, there have been a huge amount of influx and a lot of activity in terms of policy, since I look after policy. You would have seen the Indian semiconductor policy, which had come out in December last year, and now on the 27th of July, you would have seen the Gujarat semiconductor policy, which has just been unveiled. It's in the public domain. You guys, if you want, you can get connected to ISA and we'll give you a copy of it if you require it. I mean, they're seminal documents. People are really working on this now. And when, Shivani of Counterpoint, while we were working on this study report some 2 weeks ago, what Preet just alluded to, she asked me, sir, would you like to, say something insofar as this report is concerned? So I said, anybody who says that chips are the new oil and all that is all right. But what I intend telling you is that from safety razors to space shuttles, everything is going to be powered by the chip. Let's ensure our chips are not down in the 21st century. So insofar as that is concerned, our policies, our skilling, our infrastructure, our, the entire ecosystem of semiconductors has to be galvanized together to get the desired result. That is for sure, insofar as that is concerned. Now, post-pandemic, you would have seen there's a huge amount of flexibility which has taken place, whether it is from work from home or whether it is work from office and so on and so forth. And not only that, there is a massive flexibility and diversification of global supply chains, which has to be understood now by India. And we are working very, very steadily towards it. Let me also assure you that the government entities, including the ministries whom I am in touch with and my organization is in touch with, there's a lot of activity. So, and it's going to be bearing fruit. It'll take a little time. It's a very capital intensive industry, so Rome wasn't built in a day. So that's the way it goes insofar as this is concerned. Another point which I would mention in the opening remarks also, I can see the watch, is the part of skilling, which the government is now putting in a lot of focus. Skilling does not mean training a guy who can solder a PCB. That's not skilling. Skilling is to get the people skilling done from a certification course to a postdoctoral course, insofar as the semiconductor ecosystem is concerned. Now, having said that, I mean, we all have, brothers, sisters, children at home. And if you ask a child today who's 17 years old or 18 years old who wants to do engineering, you ask him, Sonny, what do you want to do? The answer is standard, CS. Why? The answer standard is CS is because there's a return on investment. There are Googles and Microsofts and Alphabets and Metas roaming around all around the place. So he knows his job is assured. Now, if he has to take this plunge and take electronics or take electrical, A, it is very hard. Second, the scope is less. So that paradigm has to change. So with that, I think, and the watch, I will just keep my opening remarks on this. Thanks, Preet.
Thank you, Anurag. Very, very well said that we need to make that shift. And this reminds us the AICT's push earlier this April, if I'm not wrong, on 21st April. They announced diploma and degree courses in VLSI technology to be offered in all across engineering colleges in India. Whosoever wants to take leap in that, and many of the institutes are still already working on that front. So let me move forward with Dr. Manan on our extreme left. He's a pioneer academician and researcher in the heart of this capital city of Delhi from IITD. To share his views about this whole semicon.
Hello, thank you, Preet, and thanks to fellow panelists. I really like what everyone has mentioned before. You mentioned about the fab, you mentioned about skilling. So both are things that we should be doing now. My perspective is that it will take some time to get the fab or the actual fabrication stuff, as well as even the right kind of skilling done. It takes time. But given what we have in India, what we should be focusing on, what we should be thinking on about semiconductors. So from an application side, if you think about semiconductors, it's an entire chain. Like you start from sensing the world around you. So you perceive the world, that happens through semiconductors. That's where they play a very pivotal role. Once you have sensed, gathered some information, you need to store it somewhere. You put it somewhere on some physical platform. That is where your things like storage and memory comes. So there are at least 4 or 5 distinct very key application verticals where semiconductors play a very crucial role, starting from sensing, perceiving your environment, collecting and storing that information. Once you have that information, you want to manipulate it. You may want to compute it, you want to generate some insight from it, some analysis from it. That's where your microprocessors, microcontrollers, GPUs, all those things kick in, anything that does the mathematics. Now, you have generated information, you have computed it, and you have stored it. The next thing you may want to do in your lives is to communicate it, to move it around. That's where connectivity kicks in. And finally, after connectivity, you need to keep that information safe. So that's where security kicks in. So these are 4 or 5 verticals where semiconductors play a very crucial role. And this is generic. Now, in the Indian context, what we have to really realize that while we are missing the bus on many places, on many verticals, whichever application we touch from a long-term perspective, we have to look at futuristic verticals in each of these spheres. When we talk about connectivity, it has to be 6G and beyond. If design is the space where we are working today. If we talk about security, it has to be blockchain or hardware security, pure hardware security, as Mohan also mentioned, because gone are the days of just software security. If we talk about storing the information, we have to talk about storage technologies, new types of memory technologies. And if we talk about computation, we don't live in the era of microcontrollers, right? We have to think about advanced GPUs, accelerators, AI accelerators. So those are some thoughts that if we focus, in the Indian context, if we focus on the right kind of use cases, then even while staying at a design level or at a fabless level, we can still make a long-term contribution. So those are some.
Thank you, Manan. Thanks, because all these technologies you mentioned, connectivity to the core of it, we can't just live without it. I skipped my breakfast, but I never skipped checking my mails, my WhatsApp messages, my updates on MS Teams, etc. So yes, certainly we can't live without these all technologies. And just think of a one day without semicom. Is that possible? Without semicom, we can't run this session. This audio, which is getting refined or amplified through a chip. Okay, this whole AV system, the lighting, name it anywhere, anything. It's all around made of semicom. the things are getting smaller, getting shrinked in our pockets. So with this, let me kick in the first round of question, and then probably I'll make the floor open for audience Q&A. So I'll change the order this time. Let me start from the middleman, Colonel Rag, and he's really a middleman. The reason is he represents a body which works very closely with industry, with academia, with government. So he's at the center or core of all of this. So Professor Colonel Rag, we are dreaming as a country for fab, okay? We really want to have a fab of our own. And just for the audience who don't know fab is the factory where chips got manufactured. And in order to do that manufacturing, we need many gases and chemicals. So chemical supply chain becomes a crucial part of it for the fab dream to come true. So please share your views in terms of policies and initiatives by Government of India and your own perspective to achieve this whole supply chain for all the chemicals which we require to set up a good healthy running fab.
Thanks, Preet. When you are looking at a fab, let me give you a little historical perspective. We as a country were top of the line in the early 80s when the semiconductor laboratory was set up. And we were making things and doing some cutting edge work.
Yeah.
Till that fire happened in 1989 and it gutted a lot of things. So post that, for around 20 years, there was a little lull. And that is the time these Taiwans and all these, entities of the world took over in terms of technology, in terms of making fabrication facilities, this, that, and the other. Notwithstanding that, when you look at a fab, per se fab, it is very, very capital intensive. It has issues of power, it has issues of water, it has issues of environmental issues, it has issues of greenfield, brownfield alignment, various other issues which amalgamate into policies for which you get a fab in. So what happens is that when you look at any semiconductor ecosystem in the world, it basically consists of a troika. A troika is essentially three things, like a trident. So these three issues are essentially the equipment, the material, and the services. Equipment, you are aware, it's a very precision equipment which is supposed to make things or make a wafer in a particular environment, at a particular temperature, at a particular pressure, with various things. Then you have the material. The material is the chemicals, the gases, and the minerals. And of course, then you have the services, which is the essential distribution and the supply chain and what have you. So essentially, this troika makes the entire ecosystem. Now, in this, to make the equipment ab initio just now is going to be a little tall order because it takes time and energy to make it. That we should be quite clear, as per me. Services, we are okay insofar as, logistics and, we have the brains to do the needful. Now, there is another very niche area, which is the materials, which we are not targeting. Now, look at the chemical industry in the country. The chemical industry in the country accounts for 7% of the national GDP. 7%, which is huge. You are number 3 in Asia in chemical industry. You're number 6 in the world insofar as the production of chemicals is concerned. When you look at a semiconductor ecosystem, you're looking at 150 odd chemicals, some 30 odd gases. Now, having said that, and what Preet and Mohan and Manan have alluded to, the government policies are so beautifully designed now with the PLI, the DLI scheme, all these things, the rejuvenation of the SCL, various other things which have now come into play, that at the end of the day, you would realize that the chemical part has to be now actually looked at. Now, I'll give you 2 arguments for this by taking 1 more minute. Now, there are 2 arguments. The first argument is that India, as we speak, as it has got a huge amount of presence of global majors in India who are in the semiconductor space. NXP is one. So you, as it is, have them. The second thing is this supply chain is such a thing that nobody, if it gets hooked onto, has the wherewithal to change it. If you change your supply chain, it costs you money, it costs you effort, it costs you time. which is critical. All three things are critical in a fab. So you have these two arguments which understand and make you, absolutely aligned to the idea that chemical industry needs to be tapped now. Now what is going to be happening in this? And there are people who are thinking about it, you diversify the chemicals that you make. Along with that, you make world-class laboratories which test these chemicals like the others do across the world. And by the time your fab comes up, you're self-sufficient for your chemical requirements or material requirements. This is one way you can actually augment this policy going forward. I think I've exceeded my time.
Thanks, yep, and you really exceeded by exactly 50 seconds. Okay, as I said, I'm a good timekeeper. So thanks so much, Colonel Rag, putting this, throwing light on this whole, I would say the catalysts which are required to make the bigger ecosystem to work. Certainly at the core of it is the raw materials, and this whole supply chain things which can which can help us to realize a bigger dream of having our fab of our own. So let me now shift gears. We as a country, we are proud that you name any of the brand semicon company, a design house, they'll certainly have their presence in India. So a bigger or a smaller design house for any of the big logos, they have presence in India. But at the same time, we would like to see our homegrown, say, Infis or TCS or Wipros or HCLs, which are at com of the semicom, okay? And for that, things start with the, little drops. Things start with little, startups coming up and then shaping up, a big giant like Infosys. No one thought of, Infi having employees of lakhs of, employees all over India when it got started many, many years back as a startup. So similarly, I would like to, invite Mr. Mohan Jindal here to share his views. He runs his own startup, which is really, growing on a very positive rate. So what, Mohan, you foresee, the typical top 3 challenges in terms of, Indian contacts for the startups in semicon space?
Yeah, thank you, Preet, for the question. So is it working now? Can you hear me again?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thanks. So the first, there are a lot of challenges, of course. Top 3 I will mention. The first one being understanding of the market. So market understanding in India specifically. So they, of course, I'm also talking and trying to explain. So it is at an OEM level, okay? You don't think the chips, they're interacting, the protocols, there's no protocol development. Okay, it's all kind of given and we take that, and there's not that much of conference involvement on developing those USB 4.0, 5.0 or Ethernet next development. Those type of protocols at the core level. So that development, I think the thinking of semiconductor and also the stack is comparatively lesser in terms of products.
Mm-hmm.
And the second challenge is being the finance. Okay, as Manan and earlier Anurag pointed out, that there is, of course, a capital investment in the fab for sure. Even in a design establishment, there is a huge amount of capital required. And it takes a lot of time to get one product out. Okay, and you know that, if you talk about small chip, the audio chip that is in this mic or any other chip that is here you see, and it takes a lot of time to actually get it done and get the volume setting and all those things. So sales wise, so those things need to be fixed. So market understanding and some of the financing understanding in terms of the VCs investing in those startups or stuff like that. The other one is in terms of hiring. Okay, not only startups, okay, even the big companies, whoever, an XP or whichever. So it is typical, the branding is different, but of course now I am seeing a lot of people who are really interested in working for startups, okay, because the work is different, okay, the challenges are different, and you get to do full vertical of not just one piece in the whole assembly, chain of a vertical or of a one single setup of a company, right? A big company will have its only, so you'll be playing only small role. But in a startup, you do, a lot of different variety of stuff. So those things are changing. But yeah, these are typical challenges I see from my perspective that we are doing, challenging, facing and solving.
Thank you. Thanks, Mohan. And you saved us 30 more seconds here. I have the stopwatch working here, okay. So, I really agree with Mohan's perspective that many of us would like to, the fresh young blood would like to go and chase our dreams of, as Anurag mentioned, the big brands, okay, working for them. And my personal take on that is that those big logos, they have very well-defined processes, and protocols, wherein you go and work, in one domain for over the years, and you really become master of that domain. Whereas the beauty of working for a startup, in my perspective, is that you become a jack of all. You got to, work on front end, back end, be it DRC, be it, simulations, be it extraction, be it, doing the post layout kind of stuff. So I think that's a good advantage of, being part of any of the, I would say, startup ecosystem. And certainly there is a huge growth, but that growth is, I would say, relatively having a bigger runway. Okay, but if you are patient enough, I think if you start your career with a startup, probably in a long term you're gonna be in win-win situation. And certainly everyone is getting challenged with the requirement of talent all across the globe. It's not only Indian context, but yeah, it is a challenge for all the big logos and including the startups. So thanks Mohan for putting together your thoughts here. And let me get to our eminent researcher here, Professor Manan, to talk about the cutting edge application C4C in terms of not only, I would say, semicon, but in general any semiconductor directly or semiconductor driven applications he foresee which is gonna take a significant leap of all of the application area we foresee. So Manan, please share your thoughts.
Sure. Okay. Thanks, Preet. So again, coming back to applications, if you just think about daily use cases, we talk about the era of AI and ML, the deep learning hype, or the analytics revolution which we are living through at present. If you really dissect it, you will see that a lot of the mathematics or the algorithms for it, they have been existing since decades. And what has really made it a reality, what has really made this revolution is the platform or the engine, the hardware engine that lets you do this computation. So that is again a direct bearing of the advances in the semiconductor domain. If you would have not had efficient computational platforms or efficient hardware, then all this, the benefits that the society is seeing of ML and AI would just vanish, or it would just remain in books. So from the research perspective, again, that is one track where a lot of work is going on in India in various institutions, IITs, IISc, or top R&D centers. Even at IIT Delhi, in our own group, we are working extensively on more sustainable computing, more efficient hardware-driven computing, where the hardware or semiconductors drive the computation rather than the software stack driving the computation, because it's more efficient if you go from bottom up. If you let the physics and the materials do the compute, then it's more efficient than the if-else loops doing the compute for you. So that is one side. Another side is that the amount of information that we are generating every day is just gigantic. There are estimates that units known as zettabytes. Now, I'd never heard of what is a zettabyte. A zettabyte has 10 raised to 21 zeros after a 1. That many bytes of information being generated. Now it's a real case. Where do you put all that information? So how is that even possible? Take the example of a SD card. It's the size of a stamp, a postage stamp. And today an SD card can host 1 terabyte of data. The same stamp size SD card. Few years ago, it's just, you're struggling with few hundred MBs. So the research bearing of it is semiconductor-based advanced storage, information storage, data storage, memory technology, storage technology. So these are two key tracks which I think, in my opinion, will drive the near future or near to long-term future of semiconductor electronics or semiconductor R&D.
Thank you. Thanks, Manan. This reminds me 2 things. I was talking to one of the professors or emeritus in one of the universities in States, And he said in 1992, he published one paper around one of the AI algorithm. And he said the same algorithm stands true today. So what has changed, in last probably 30 years now, exactly 30 years, is our ability to compute, Our hardware has scaled so much, our computers has scaled so much, that now we can, solve those, problem statement using our handheld mobile devices, wherein we were dependent on huge computer, huge servers 20, 30 years back. So that is the power, this Semicom has brought us, in each one of us, in each one of our, pockets with these handheld mobile devices. The other thing which is coming to my mind is that which Manan kind of pointed out is the data. Okay, so many years back we used to say who's powerful. The person who has more hold and lot of, I would say, geopolitical angle used to be the powerful nation or the country. But I think in the times to come, the power would be in terms of data, the quantum of data you have to, create different applications or, utilize that information for some good or the bad means probably would define who's the, the universal power in the times to come. So with this, I see 11 more minutes left in the clock in front of me, thanks to the organizers, to getting this beautiful clock in front of me. So I'll now keep this forum open for the audience here. And do we have, okay, we have the mic here at the front of this stage. Please raise your hand and we would love, love to answer any of your questions or queries. So any questions here in this hall? Anyone? Yes, please.
It is said that the semiconductor industry, it leads a lot of investment, huge amounts of money. But when we ask the government always says we don't have any we are not short of money. For anything we get the answer that we are not short of money. So why is that, like a small country like Taiwan, they can attract the investment or indigenously or from outside? So why can't a country like India, such a big country, we cannot have the domestic or the international investment in this sector? And we are so much behind, though we started in 80s with the semiconductor complex. And because on the hardware side, we are very much lacking, and which is, pulling us back. Mobile phones or whatever things, hardware we have to import. We are dependent on imports for semiconductor or for anything. So why are we, what is lacking in the policy like ESDM and EMC and all these things government has been doing and trying, but it has not been so successful. Alcina and this ISI is there. So they are also partnering with the government and promoting the ESDM, electronic system design and manufacturing, and electronic manufacturing clusters all across India. But semiconductor manufacturing has not taken off. So what is the reason for not getting the investment domestically as well as from internationally? Thank you.
Great. Good hot question. And I would ask Colonel Ragh, would you like to take that up?
If I get your question correctly, is that why are we not manufacturing as yet? That is the sub-cheese of what you said, the entire discourse. Am I correct? All right. Let me again allude to you the same issue of the 1980s, which I just mentioned, and the semiconductor lab coming up. We were the first to do it. Unfortunately, post the fire, there was a little lag. And that was not a lag, because that is the time your country today is #1 in the software development arena. There was something else, the focus went somewhere else, which you did beautifully all over the world. You are recognized all over the world in the software game. And it's there everywhere, the whole world acknowledges it. Somewhere down the line, you must understand that to make anything which is manufacturing, I mean, all three of them who are more erudite than me, they will bear me out in terms of policy. It's very difficult to get on with manufacturing with a greenfield alignment today. Please understand it. You can't just start from a scratch. All these things have to have a brownfield alignment. The unfortunate part is that that thing is going to take a little time. Now let me give you an answer of Taiwan, which you just mentioned. Taiwan is a very small space, which decided in the late 80s that there will be 6 sectors they'll focus on. Semiconductors was one of them. So as I told you, the troika of 3 things, that is the material, then the equipment, and then the supply chain or the services. They said, we are not interested in the supply chain because geographically or geopolitically, we're well poised. In terms of material, they said, okay, we'll not be bothered. We'll look at only the Americans. They said that let the fab be made first, skilling and rest will take things later. It was a big gamble. That could happen then. It can't happen now. The last missing link, which I mentioned to you when I gave you the opening remarks, was the skilling part of it. So till such time the skilling is, absolutely put in order and various other things are put in order, it will take a little while. But let me tell you, it is an Indian mind and the government is behind it and it will happen. The only thing is, all I can say is at the end is that Rome wasn't built in a day. It will take a little while. If the clarion call has been given by the Honorable Prime Minister, make no mistake, it will be done. It will just take a little while. It is on course. Just wait a while. Thank you.
Thanks, Connor Anurag here. And there's already a PLI scheme. Government has incentivized about 10 billion USD for that. I think that's a huge start, at least in the recent past. And with this whole Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India, I'm sure soon we'll see the sun on our side, getting some or the other thing manufactured in India. Great, thank you. Any other questions in the room? Yeah, we have another one here. So could you be a little loud, please? Sir, at least I'm not able to hear you well.
I can't hear you. Can you use that? I just can't hear you.
Government has, now it is so fine. It is with this microphone. So government has put focus on the fabrication part now. There is one cybersecurity, security part of it, maybe supply chain issue, and second is the economic part of it. So security part could be one thing. Second thing is when we talk about economic, how much is the economic? Because we see that the design part is still happening in India at large scale. Only the fab remains outside of India. The second part of it is if we go ahead with the fabrication part, it should be the sub 10 nanometer like Professor said, but it would be probably difficult because it is now very advanced technology, or we should go beyond the both this 50 nanometer side where a lot of market could be covered, and probably technology would not be of that advanced which is required for sub 10 nanometer. Thank you.
So there are two things. One is that when the focus shifted on the software, what we have to realize is that in such emerging cutting technologies, the time window is very small. And the acceleration with which the Silicon Valley, with the industry government partnership, so there are very small time windows where you have to intervene and introduce these technologies. It will just, so these technology nodes that are going from what used to be 28 someday, today it is 7 nanometer. So one has to be really fast, and you really need to diversify, whether it's in terms of materials, you need to look at new materials, non-silicon, you need to look at new applications. Only then you can do that. The second part is that at somewhere it gets linked to the behavior of the customer. You know, no one asks many questions when they see a new iPhone or something else released in the West. But there is still hesitation to take a domestically, to invest more in a domestically designed product or to directly go for it. So we have to realize that the places which really won this battle of deep tech, the customer sentiment is more, whether it's the customer sentiment or it's the government sentiment, it's more risk taking. It's not you know, a look up to culture, a brand, a standard which is already established. Let's follow that, let's implement that, let's get that. So I think from the economic side, sir, to answer your question, it has to be some societal change also to go for more risky, domestically prepared things. And even the government bodies have to be empowered to invest in more risky domestic products. I would put it that way. Only then the whole manufacturing ecosystem, all the way till hardware, will flourish in the country. If we are always looking that let's get an indigenized design, but it has these many standards, these many compliances, it follows ISO this, IEEE this, NIST this, then you're looking at something which is already, you know, which has already been established. It cannot be cutting edge. It's already old. It's already mature.
Yeah. At the same time, I will add that as a startup, we also have a similar kind of a challenge to be global also. So we have to compete with those names also, and we take up that challenge as well. So, and in addition to homegrown, so first is local, and then is of course going global also, in terms of competing with the likes of whatever top companies are there. But it will take time, as I think, but we are going to get there. Yeah.
Certainly, everything has a, you know, its own, I would say, learning curve and maturity curve. So in terms of chips, typically what we say is first the technology gets matured. Okay, the spice models get matured, and then gradually, you know, the collaterals get matured. Finally, you know, the IPs get matured, and then we talk about a chip getting a maturity. So it's a, you know, typical huge cycle, and this cycle spans over multiple quarters, you know, years to get to a product. So what I'm designing today, probably you might be using in your automobiles probably 4 or 5 years down the line. But that designing is happening today, and it has its own pace. And coming to the fab part of it, the investment is really, really massive, okay? And it's like if you don't load your fab and, you know, to say, I would say 80-90% of its capacity, you don't run it 24 hours a day and 365 days a year, you'll be not able to recover back the huge investment, you know, which gets pumped in. So it's not only a commitment of one-time investment, it's commitment over the years, because by the time you start, you know, getting your money back, it takes, you know, the fab cycle itself is, you know, a 2 months thing, okay? So we need to live with patience, you know, we need to live with end in the mind and stay strong till the time we, you know, hit those targets. Good question. Okay. Any other questions from the audience? Though we are bang on the time, but I would still love a last question with the permission of chair here.
You can take it offline if you want. Because we're
okay, so, well, he already took the mic. Sorry.
Hello? No worries. Take your time.
Yeah, I'd like to go with the points mentioned by call Anurag Avasthi.
I think we need to change the mic again. I can't hear
So
it.
you just have to be a little closer.
Can you bring your mic closer to your...
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Better, yeah.
Yeah, so I'd like to go with the points mentioned by call Anurag regarding why maximum students chose CS over EC, because, and thanks to Indian government program that provides schemes like NPTEL and SWAYAM, where we can learn lectures from IITs while sitting at our home. But like EC requires some hands-on practical where they require hardware. So many students think twice or thrice before purchasing those hardware. So my question is, like, is there any other opportunities provided by government so that we can have live hands-on experience on those devices so that we can get motivation to work on those semiconductor devices?
I couldn't hear your question very intricately, but what I understand is that you're looking at skill development. Is that correct? Okay, there's a lot going into this space right now. All I can tell you is that from Indian, you know, Electronics and Semiconductor Association, and the government is very, very clear how it has to be done. So there have been a couple of, you know, very, very important brainstorming sessions which are going to be taking this process a little ahead. Also, if you read the semiconductor policy of India, which was unveiled last year in December 2021, it says that there has to be an Indian semiconductor mission which is to be established, which is already there. The chief of staff is already there. There's a lot of work going on in this arena. So be rest assured that something is going to come out of it in the next 3 to 4 months. So insofar as skilling is concerned, let me also tell you, the Skill Development Council of India, the ministries, various industry bodies, various industries per se, there's a huge amount of effort which is being put into this space. So all I can tell you is it's a work in progress. It is going to be coming out very, very soon, very cogent, and it'll pan out between, the entire paradigm of certification to postdoctoral.
So let me add up to this, Anurag. I'll not buy your point that it is going to come. This all started, I think, in year 2000 when we started a special manpower development program in India. So that was SMDP1, started with 5 of the IITs that time. And the aim was to increase the number of semicom qualified manpower in India. At that time, our PhDs, I'm talking about around 2002-3 time frame, the number of PhD produced in India for semicom was less than 100. It was not a 3-digit number that time. And now we're talking about this CHIPS to System SMDP4 program. So through this program, there are about 100 institutes now being lashed up, and they get all the softwares, the EDA tools part of this program, which you can, utilize in your lab works, etc. And on top of it, Electronic Sector Skill Council of India and all these guys, they are running their own, programs. And as Anurag rightly mentioned, there's a huge focus only and only on the skill part of it is happening. Because to achieve the dream of huge fab, we need to have a skilled manpower at each level. It's not only the design. We need technicians. We need process engineers. We need people who can play around with chemicals. Okay, and at the same time, the other thing which I felt, and I'm part of IEEE in few other societies where we run some workshops which are only on open source tools. Okay, so typically to be a semicon engineer, I would say that you need EDAs more than the physical hardwares to learn the whole chip designing part of the semicon. Thank you. So thank you so much to all the great audience for your time, patience, to listening to us, and thanks a lot to my dear panelists here for sparing our time and sharing their knowledge and perspective here. So with this, we'll conclude the session, though we'll be available here around for next 20-30 minutes in the lobby if you have any questions, if you want to catch up us offline. So I'll hand it over to Chair to conclude the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I would like to thank the speakers for sharing their views. And in the meanwhile, the team shall set the stage for the next discussion. Moving next, we have the next panel session on the theme Beyond Silicon, Materials that Could Replace Silicon in the Future Tech. To stir the deliberation, we have with us Dr. Gadadhar Reddy, CEO, Nopo Nanotechnologies, and Dr. Sandeep Chatterjee, Director, Scientist F from MIT. And to moderate the session, please join me in welcoming Mr. Vinayak Godse, Senior Vice President, DSAI. Can we request everybody to please come on the stage? Over to you, Vinayak.
Thank you, Sapna, and thank you for all of the audience joining it here. So in this session, I think there was some discussion in the last session talking about material that goes beyond silicon, and it also talked about actually some chemical engineering also needs to be working together for this one. we all know that silicon definitely has caused all this revolution that we see in digitization space and IT space and technology space. But as we are going to more 5 nanometer, 3 nanometer processor, there are some limitations of silicon is also getting exposed basically, and somehow and there's an answer which is coming in basically for this, and in this particular session basically we'll talk about beyond silicon. So what are those multiple replace silicon in the future of tech, and tech could be anything. It could be the energy side, it could be electronic side, it could be computing side. We certainly would like to limit ourselves, but we will also explore other areas as well. So in the electronics and IT side, but for these to cover, we have Gadadhar Reddy, which we had been interacting with some of the initiatives that we have been running from our side. We do this session is basically we'd like to have initial remark from each of you, and probably Mr. Dr. Sandhu, you have presentation, right? Yes. And so we'll start with you presenting, and then we'll come to Gadadhar, and then depending on the initial context, I will have some leading questions based on that.
Okay. So can I start?
So yeah.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, just to move forward. This is to you have to aim it there.
Thank you. I'm glad that DSCI has given this forum to discuss a very important topic. And if you see last 1 year, what commitment of Government of India to push make in India or Atmanirbhar Bharat, this is one of the fundamental things. If you are talking about performance of any device, so this is the basic. Of course, in last session also we have heard there are lots of materials has been tried and tested in various laboratories. And I'm also a material scientist, so we are funding immensely for last 2 decades on materials. We know where we stand. So if you are talking about high-end chip development, lot of things still required to be addressed. So we still working on the TRL level 0 to 1, technology readiness level 0 to 1. So for commercialization, it may reach up to TRL level 9. Lots of testing standard has to be set up. And finally, it will transform to system readiness level and manufacturing readiness level. So this is the journey we should have. So from bottom-up approach, I do not think that we are approaching. So we require a investment on this field, and the research and other things may cater to the demand-based or industry-led research. So that could be the solution for the country, as per my opinion. So I'll be giving some of the possibilities of the material and where work is going on. As you all know, for last 3 to 4 decades, silicon is that material which was being used for various electronic device. Of course, due to its low cost, readily available. And the entire process I have shown here was established. And the entire chemical, gases and other things are locally available. Then it is actually cost effective. So, of course, HCL is one of the organization was started, but somehow it was delayed the process. Now again it is in our ministry. So again they may support it. They have done lots of work, but still we are far behind the achievement world has already made. So now what is the problem with the silicon? If we know the energy consumption, if you are going a power device and other very different type of device which can suited to the 5G and 6G product, require a energy saving. And electrical energy is being lost during the power electronic process, and power efficiency and reliability of the electrical and mechanical systems also require a significantly change of the fundamental material, where that compound semiconductor comes into play. So, of course, very recently you have seen the shortage of semiconductor chips. Due to COVID also there is a disruption. So again the discussion is going on, so you should have an alternative source of production and of course alternative source of material we should talk about. In silicon, we are talking about what are the limitation. Low temperature operation, low voltage operation, speed and density, power consumption, heat dissipation, and low frequency. So these are the few things which silicon, due to its band gap, you cannot give you more this thing. Of course, India has its own problem, I have already mentioned. So neither in chip nor in solar cell we have made any progress yet. What are the different alternatives available? As I mentioned, compound semiconductors. There are silicon carbide, there are gallium nitride, gallium arsenide. So silicon does not perform well in higher energy density. There is a limitation, temperature, voltage, power, speed, as I mentioned. And silicon carbide and gallium nitride and gallium arsenide are widely used in microelectronics present days, and for high frequency, high temperature, and high power device. If you see their fundamental band gap, like silicon carbide, it is 6H is 2.9, 4H it is 3 EV, and you see the dielectric constant, electric mobility. There are performance in different fundamental parameters which is help, like gallium arsenide and indium phosphide technology helps the wireless and telecom. Wide band gap material, that silicon carbide and gallium nitride are used for size, cost, weight, performance of microelectronics of present days and optoelectronics. And also they are suitable material for overcoming the performance limitation which is having in the silicon. Now for high breakdown voltage, low on resistance, this compound semiconductors are performing excellently. High thermal conductivity, wide band gap, high temperature device, low permittivity. So all those things if you consider, you can offer the smaller, cheaper, better quality device in a alternative semiconductor, compound semiconductor material. So figure of merits are also showing we are going high temperature or high frequency device, how silicon carbide and gallium arsenide are helping us. So if you go to the intrinsic property, it is that compound semiconductors having a 3 times higher thermal conductivity than silicon and 3 times wider band gap than silicon, allowing the breakdown field 10 times higher. Device performance, high current density, fast switching, high temperature operation and low radiation. And system benefit, simpler cooling system, smaller passive component, higher efficiency, reduction of conduction and switching loss. So with this various compound if you place, so on the switching power as well as the operating frequency, we may have a varied layer of different type of application shown in this figure. Now, power device positioning as function of voltage from 600 to nearly 6.5 kilovolt, we have a medium voltage and high voltage device which are performing under silicon carbide substrate. And if you are going for a 200 to 600 volt, we can have a gallium nitride transistor. So these are all being already employed in different type of application. Similarly, silicon carbide and gallium nitride for wide area application, we have a application in wireless communication, radar system, even gemstones, LEDs, large application, transportation, industrial application. So this 2 wide gap semiconductor having a, I should say the potential substrate material for future electronics. Another material is coming up where ministry is also giving some R&D and development funding, that is graphene and 2D material. Internationally, if you see, we have already established the terahertz electronics on that substrate, quantum enhanced system, flexible wearable electronics, bioimplantation system, flexible numeric processors, and many other applications. Already devices are available with the image sensor, terahertz device, graphene-based transistors, graphene-based optoelectronics device. Now, forecast, if you see market, little bit I can mention. Silicon carbide market, $29 million US dollars was projected into 2028. Now, by 2027, it may go up to 138 million US dollars, and with a CAGR growth of 22.6. There are some activity in India also going on, like Mahindra is having their car electric vehicle where they are using silicon carbide. Hyundai Motor. So the demand of this electric vehicle is also enhancing because government is committed to replace at least 20% of this vehicle by 2030. So these are also a demand and supply issues. We can see some of the high-end car electric vehicle can come to the market. Gallium nitride market is a little bigger. So it was already 126 million by 2021 and 2 billion by 2027. It was projected. Varied of different type of application. It is pushing the growth of gallium nitride. Application of gallium nitride is also coming up due to RF application, LED, photonics, and photovoltaic. And their market is also 3.8 billion US dollars. It was projected in 2020. And it will go by 2022 to 22 billion US dollar by 2026. Now, so I'll be giving few more slides for the intervention of policy. For policy, India is emerging the next major semiconductor chip designer and manufacturers in the world. According to the Indian Electronics and Semiconductor Association, so they are expecting that 10% annual growth by 33 billion by 2025. India is building electronic system design manufacturing, ESDM, and more than 30,000 engineers are being produced, and chip design and verification. As earlier session, one speaker was mentioning about SMDM program of our thing. There is a third version of this program. It has started from 2000. And Government of India is taking initiative to boost the economy through the different scheme. 100% foreign direct investment and support for subsidy incentives for this chip manufacturing company. Very recently, last year, we have come out with an ambitious plan of semiconductor investment, display and ecosystem of 76,000 crores, nearly 10 billion US dollars initiative to attract the chip investment in this country. Now I'll be touch upon some of the R&D initiative. I think almost 10 years back, one initiative of gallium nitride has been initiated in ISC Bangalore. It was initiated by Ministry of Defense for defense purpose, and Ministry has, METI has funded major funding, and very initial stage DSC also funded, and now another funding of nearly 300 crores has been given for this initiative in ISC Bangalore. Another non-silicon based gallium arsenide initiative is going on in IIT Delhi, that is also funded by METI in their nano centers. Now, Center for Nano Electromechanical System and Nano Photonics in IIT Madras is also come under nano mission, and where the achievement of nano photonics component system based on gallium arsenide, aluminum, gallium arsenide. These are all some of the substrate materials has been attempted. Now, almost all the device in laboratory, institute, and university of national repute are working on gallium arsenide semiconductor application. So I am not naming all those institutes, but in small scale research, many institutes, NITs, and universities are also engaged. And very recently, it is from our division, we have initiated a major program on graphene 2D material in Makers Village, Kochi, where Government of India, Ministry, METI has funded almost 55%. Government of Kerala has funded 23%, and Tata Steel has funded around 8 crores in this, and there are more than 9 companies have funded in kind. So this is an initiative where the graphene-based device will be produced and startup will be created. So this is one of the important program, and this is implemented by our own institute, CIMAT, Thrissur, Digital University, Trivandrum, and Tata Steel. So these are the products has been identified where the CIMAT is working for last 1.5 decade. So those products will be, commercialized first, then we will be taking other products. Now this is another initiative very recently started in IIT Chennai, where field programmable photonics gate array core technology will be offered, where the industry funding has been taken from one company, SI2 Microsystem from Bangalore. So they have given nearly 3 crores, and Government of India has given nearly 21 crores. So this initiatives also come up with at least 4 startups. So having a technology and not having any company or local manufacturers, so it will not going to help. So now we are initiating from 2019 onwards any projects, unless it is attached to some startups or some local industry, we are discouraging to initiate any project. So this is one of the things we are trying. So here, so just see key deliverables, see 3 products, 3 patents, at least 1 startup, 1 industry already attached with this, and technology transfer. This is the deliverable. This is another project initiated last year in ISC Bangalore. This is additive manufacturing based, 3D printing based chip design, optical computing chip design. Here also 1 industry will be making the machine from Mumbai, GJR Mumbai. CIMAT will be developing the material for this product, and ISC will develop the photonic chips. So this is all a very interesting project. So from the conventional manufacturing, we want to show how in SME scale, high-end chip design is possible. This is the first time in the country we have initiated, where JJR also funded, METI has also funded. Now the 2 institutes also bearing some of the fund. So this is a 6 years project. Last year it has started. So now I'll be concluding, last slide. Of course, people are talking about the alternative material, but lot of things still remains unsolved. So compound semiconductor has the optical property. It can emit and detect light. So it could speed up the communication between the transistor on a chip and multiple chips. But the CAS, that compound semiconductor, could replace the copper wire, and the speed of the slower speed of the electron can be addressed. And also more than 100 billion transistors are manufactured on silicon wafer of nearly 12-inch size. But if you are talking about compound semiconductor, any of these, like gallium arsenide, indium arsenide, or others, they are, if you are going for a bigger size, it is brittle. It's not retaining its size. Larger size is difficult. So these are the things still required to be addressed. Now, indium tin transistor can be deposited on the larger silicon substrate because of its fundamental issue, like the atom-to-atom distance in silicon is 0.54 nanometer, where the indium tin it is 0.648 nanometer. So this is the interface bond asymmetry actually resulting this mismatch. So this is another issue. Now silicon transistor use layer in silicon oxide as a gate dielectric, but this Si2 cannot work on the compound semiconductor. So suitable gate material or dielectric material has to be chosen for this type of device. And also further research is going on how to make the silicon chip smaller. So better process of lithographic process, UV lithography process are also trying by Intel, I have found in literature. So to make the silicon chips much smarter and smaller and giving a better speed. That is all from my side.
So thank you, Dr. Sandeep, and I think this is a quite good comprehension about the developments happening at nationally, and more importantly from the policy side and government initiative side, what is being done in this area. So Mr. Reddy, so we heard about this, all the effort that is being put from the national, and also some state governments are involved, and some of the companies also putting effort in this. So being a startup in this area, your own company, so what is your experience had been? And against this larger, bigger plan, how do you see that things are working? Somebody who is starting on the material science side, and kind of success story you have and kind of challenges you face this.
Sure. Yeah, so that was a great presentation, sir. So somehow we missed out being part of any of these programs.
Yeah, you should have, because
so we worked on a very different material called a single-walled carbon nanotube. It's considered a derivative of graphene, but it's a unique molecule by itself. So just a little backdrop of ourselves. So we started working on this as a project to develop a material that could take people to space. This was 11 years ago. Started as a childhood dream, trying to pursue that. People said the strongest configuration of atoms is by carbon. So you could put them together as a tube, and the tube could be incredible. So we set out to try to make that. So as a founding team, what I was able to do was to get a co-founder who happened to be the student of Richard Smalley. And Smalley was the person who discovered fullerenes and set off this field of carbon and the revolution in nanotechnology that we see today. So we began by developing. So 11 years ago, when I went about telling people we're going to make nanotubes, we're going to make incredibly small tubes whose diameter is just around a nanometer, people said it's impossible. So I named the company NOPO for not possible, because that's what everyone thought it was. It took us quite a few years, and today we are proud to say that India is one of the leaders in producing single-walled carbon nanotubes, diameters of 0.8 nanometers, and produced only in Bangalore today. So this is something we did completely in the private sector. We did not have any government support or intervention at any point. It just started out as a passion project, and eventually it morphed into having the ability to create the material. We have been in numerous conferences where people talk a lot about us. Most of the market research reports, if you look up carbon nanotubes, you'll see India on the map, and India always comes with NOPO being there as a company that makes nanotubes. So recently what we did was about 5 years ago, we looked at, okay, so now we have a material, but what's the point of just having the material? Because ultimately it's about the use case. It has to be helpful for people. So we started creating applications from nanotubes. We made a list of all the different things we could do from them. We found 135 different applications. Then we sorted them by looking at, okay, which has the biggest impact, which could make sense in India, which we could sell to people. Because even in the previous sessions, people are talking about how you have to have a material that's new, but it should have a market, which have people that can buy them and use that. So we focused around water. So for water, what we did was to develop membranes to look at how we could leverage one specific property where nanotubes can transfer water molecules very quickly. So this is very interesting, and actually something that was mind-blowing for this program today. So to make these water membranes, we had to purify nanotubes. We had to get them to a very high quality, wherein we could remove all kinds of contaminants. We did that, and we got interest from Tesla, the world's largest electric car maker. Tesla is interested in the material because it's now an essential ingredient in batteries, where batteries, silicon electrodes, otherwise heat up and rupture, and it's held together by this. Now what's very strange and weird is that the biggest American car maker sought a meeting with us and came to us in here to look at how they could use our material made here in their batteries. And similarly, the next company that came up, as we again develop more about the water, we wanted to purify and develop a technology to get a single diameter of cubes. Like imagine having the capability of producing something that's about 2 lakh times smaller than a hair strand, made within the country, and having a precision of 2 atoms, and then saying, okay, we're not satisfied with 2 atom precision, we want to get it down to 0 atom deviation. Like if you say 1 nanometer, it's just exactly 1 nanometer. So we started working on this technology with help from NIST in the US, NIST at Gatesburg. So NIST helped us in getting access to this technology of sorting nanotubes by diameter, to every specific diameter. Now what's interesting was, as Sir was mentioning, some of the problems with silicon are it heats up. It heats a lot because they're indirect band gap semiconductors, so as soon as you jump between bands, you have to have an intermediate band which causes heating. Nanotubes are direct band gaps. By just tuning the diameter of the tubes, we can actually get to any band gap we want. and we can also control the on current and off current very precisely. So this attracted attention of yet another major company called TSMC. Now, TSMC makes all of the world's chips. Now, what's attractive for TSMC is, in collaboration with Stanford, they started the research programs where they're able to plug in a huge number of transistors within a small distance. Now, normally, when we look at a 5 nanometer technology, it's not really the size of the transistor.
No.
5 nanometers is the smallest feature size.
Yeah.
Now, the actual device itself is much bigger. It's still about 50 nanometers. But with the carbon nanotube, the entire transistor just becomes a 1 nanometer device. Just 1 nanometer is an entire chip. So what it means is, in the current geometry, like where you use a silicon wafer and build transistors, your density goes up by a factor of 20 to a factor of 100. By just replacing with a transistor that's direct band gap, same power levels as today, 100 times more power in computation. So that's what's happening, and the material for that is happening here. So that's something I find exciting.
Yeah, so, and the stories is not really known. We came to know last year itself when we started talking basically. So Dr. Sandeep, these are stories which are being written by some of the startups basically, right? So, and from the policy side, how do we engage with the startups which probably on the early stage, some of them are very later stage in terms of achievement?
We have of course, that is a software part, we have a MSH, METI Startup Hub. So that is the aggregator of startup companies. So now very recently they have come out with some funding also. So around 80 lakhs initial funding. So very recently they have come up. Of course, there is a TIDE scheme, TIDE 2 scheme that is going on for last 15 years, I should say. TIDE 2 started from 2016. So they are around IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Mumbai, and now there are hub and spoke model. There are many NITs are also joined with the 5 IIM Calcutta also. So they are having more than 70 organizations where they are catering the bright student from their institute to supporting their ideas. There is a grand challenge mode where we are finding out the startup and trying to help them various ways. It is incubation help or some funding support started very recently. With various guys are now applying. But those supports, TIDE supports are basically support to that institute. They are further giving the incubation support.
Yeah, yeah.
And from my side, I'm heading the materials and photonics division of this METI. From 2019, I have stopped taking any projects. The project cost, generally if you are asking IITs or CSR labs for submitting proposal, they ask me what is your funding, how much you can fund. I always say them, don't limit the, your idea with the funding. Forget about that. So your expectation, generally they are not expecting the bigger things. So from 19 onward, I have not funded anything less than 30 crores. Earlier I was giving 1 crore, 2 crores. So actually the project proposal, if you are making by the academicians and the industry, taking the industry problem into that proposal, and do not write the proposal hastily, just not listening to the key challenge of the local industry, because we are dealing the hardware part. Software is easier because we have established for
and in hardware, sir, material is another difficulty.
Material is the fundamental of the hardware. So we have to understand, like we never met, Mr. Reddy also, that is unfortunate part. So actually we are, whoever has given the contact, I personally go and meet them and try to visit them and try to gather the problem areas. Then we are, mixing into that proposal. So the problem area, like Tata Steel, why they have funded 8 crores to me? During COVID-2, we are discussing about the industry funding, because I have stopped giving funding if there is no industry funding, there is no state support. Okay? Then I discussed with their R&D president. I told that you are working on the graphene for last 15 years. You must have something in your plan for another 10 years. Can you share the agenda with me? That will be part of my proposal.
Yeah.
Now tell me, what is your funding expectation for another 10 years? Maybe 200 crores. Give me 5% of it. Rest of the fund will be from ministry and state government. So he agreed. It's very wonderful things. What I have made, Tata is now, and I am putting a Tata name into the center of excellence. It is in Makersville.
Yeah.
I told that will enhance my brand name in the international, because it is a replica of a National Graphene Institute of Manchester. So I visited with the earlier secretary. He told I want another institute in India. So then I've started working on that. Institute is also not a government funded thing. There is a 3 building. First building is a all exploratory research idea. This is government funded. Next building, what has been transformed all those TRL level,
Yeah.
it is coming to the next building. This is 60% funded by startup or local. If they are transforming, then they are at the 3rd building. Then they are exiting from the whole system. That type of research, I think, has to be pushed in the country, industry-led, and it is already there in our national electronic policy in 2019. Just go. But at least METI should stop giving a blue sky research.
Yeah.
Unless it is, because CNT is a almost 10 years or 20 years study. Graphene. If some universities actually started, exploring the graphene material, we are funding it. It's unnecessary spreading, white, not any purpose. So you should have a focused research with a certain TRL level, with a commitment of 10 to 15 startup, because the IIT Chennai Silicon Photonics, very niche area, Intel is doing. That guy has committed me 4 startup on the 4 application. Started already, 1 startup already created.
Yeah, and I think
AMTZ,
this
medical
policy
device,
intervention of either to get startup out of it or either to make sure industry is there, or third is even TOT. Because I deal with MIT on cyberspace side, so TOT is also not easy to get by basically, right? So, but these recent policy interventions are definitely helping. So Mr. Reddy is hearing him all these policy plus what is being talked about from the investment perspective. Apart from the investment, apart from the schemes, anything that you expect that should really happen to really, I see this is an area which is probably the most critical area. Advanced material is most critical area for the, if you are talking about technology decade, so some of those basics, fundamental will be hinging on capability we are building in this area basically. So what do you think should happen, and what is your expectation, if I may ask, from the government side or any or communities or ecosystem side as well?
Definitely. So I think one missing step in our startup ecosystem too right now is, so there's a running joke that you can make in India, but you can't sell in India.
Yeah.
Because often what happens is when you create any new technology or a new product, it's going to be expensive. It's going to be useful only in some niche areas before it can trickle down to a mass application. So which means there's very few captive customers to start with to buy things, where the government could be one entity which could be like, okay, so it's an advanced technology, we want to try that out, we want to use that. So that instead of funding, there is a customer waiting, which actually accelerates a lot of things, because it also makes VCs get excited, all kinds of investments get excited. So that could be an advantage.
And this is single most thing basically, me opening up government market, and this applies to every area that I look at basically.
One answer to his concern I can show, if you go through the GEM platform, where through, government is now purchasing, state governments is mandatory, of course the 30% of the entire, there we have a section for the startup and, small companies.
Yeah.
But of course, whatever the products you will be delivering may not be there. But that can be empowered. You can keep on writing to us or GEM, Ministry of Commerce, and so they can enhance those things. So that will be one at least, channel which can be
GEM could be one, or for that matter defense or space, where this material will be very relevant basically. Those units are also now coming up with their own way of working with startup basically. So that needs to be leveraged basically. So I think this is what this TechNation was trying to achieve, to bring various ecosystem players together, and more importantly to benefit to the work that Mr. Reddy you have been doing. So as we are towards the closure of discussion, anybody has any question to ask to both Dr. Sandeep? Yeah, I can go to Manish first and we'll come to you. Yeah, Manish. The second last.
Thank you, sir. Sir, actually, I have one question from the panel, that in today's world, there is no dearth of investment to the startups. Startups are getting funding from the VCs, from the government, and all sort of sources. What startups nowadays lacks is the market access.
Yeah.
So, can government provide some reservation to the government-funded startups in the tendering process or in some projects, so that at least they can bring their product to some level where they can now float openly in the market? So, some free access to the market is required by the startup to flourish. This is what my query is.
Yeah. So we'll take this question as well so that we answer both of them.
I have a very small question regarding, as you showed in your presentation, regarding the alternate material like gallium, graphene, etc., which are being tested. So do you feel that it will be a challenge because, because of the standardization protocols, etc., because the alternate materials basically do not have that sort of success, because this electronic industry is very, very much global in nature, and the products required are very much global. So they have issues with the standard protocols, with the seamless functioning. We are already seeing with the EV chargers, because of some of them are substandard, some of them are not able to function accordingly, which will lead to much more bigger hassles, obstacles as far as future is concerned, which can basically have issues with the entire industry itself. So
I would like to add, because I deal with some of the material science startups. So testing is still, whatever they develop, testing is still big challenge actually. One is the government labs take too much of time, and private labs are still not really that evolved actually.
Very interesting point. Last week I was discussing with Dr. Oswal. He was the director of National Physical Laboratory, and he was rightly transformed the NPL, because I am a product of NPL almost 25, 30 years back. From research to the standard lab. If I am talking about nanometer, we do not know which reference we are talking about.
Yeah.
So entire measurement is actually everywhere. So the product performance is also changing like that. So he has tried in 6 years, he was a director, now he's again in the BARC. So he tried to provide, because we do not have a standard material. Standard material is very costly, So at our time, it was 4 and 5 standard material NPL. Now he has made in 6 years of tenure more than 6,000 standard materials. And that is actually paying revenue to the NPL. So this is the culture, I should say. Whatever the National Graphene Center in Manchester I have seen, in the R&D, the first building is R&D building. In the R&D stage, there is a standardization. So we talk about let us first grow, then we'll talk about this. It never happens.
Yeah, so Mr. Reddy, your work with the NIST must be looking at this part as well, right?
Yeah. So when it comes to the material standards, like if you are moving fast and if you can ensure that your material is available in a bigger scale, you can be the standard. Like for example, our material is now the standard in the US NIST. So benchmark carbon nanotubes are from here. Now, what's the advantage is that, yeah, it is hard. It is like when you have a new product, if it's not compatible with other things, it doesn't get there. But if its performance is much better than anything out there, it's at the right price point, people will start lapping it up. And you'll have massive sales and you'll have adoption. And as long as it meets all the safety criteria, you'll be on the same page. Yeah. So that's there. And if you have an urgency, it's always like, so you anyway will have to get a CE certification or a UL certification. It can either happen here or you can get it outside. But you will have access to those labs. You'll probably spend a little bit more, but you'll get it done. So you always have that. But do not put yourself into a box saying, okay, it's only India and nowhere else. That is going to limit things for sure. But if you are making it as a design that's applicable and usable everywhere, that's going to be what makes the difference at the end of the day.
And with this,
for this question, I think I can request you to go again the MSH. There is a very recently, another 1 or 2 years, our ministry has given a platform for all the startup companies in the country to have there is a demand, supply, all those things has been aggregated in that platform. So that would be the initial things. Of course, I also agree to you, there could be some policy for startup. So, of course, the demands to, I do not know whether is there any association working on startup. So this lobby should also help us.
Yeah, I think there are various different ways, but we still find market is still not really that open. Although a lot of things.
That thing has to be pushed to government in various departments. It's not only METI.
Yeah.
So various departments.
Yeah.
This is a very right time because our Prime Minister is fueling, startup unicorn in the country. This is the right time we should help the startup as we did for IT companies in late 90s. So that is how it is fueled.
Yeah.
So this is a very important thing, and I think we should support, but ideas should come up from you people.
Yeah. And with this, probably in the interest of time, we need to close. But Mr. Reddy, Dr. Chatterjee, will like to come back to you on this particular topic because as a DSA and ASCOM, we certainly want to focus on material science as one of the important area for us to also work on. We'll come back to you for many such kind of interaction, very closed door interaction, because there are very few startups in this area. We are not seeing that pipeline is also getting created, so we both need to probably, all of us need to work together on this particular area. Thank you for joining. Thank you for adding quite critical value, and thank you for all those pertinent questions from the audience. Thank you very much for joining us all today. Thank you.
I would like to thank the speakers for sharing their views on the topic. So, thank you, sir. Taking the discussions ahead, we have an interesting panel composition on the topic, Deep Tech Innovation and Entrepreneurship, Partnership, Ecosystem, Market and Investment. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Srinivas Kolipara, Group President, Startup Ventures, Zelmpok Design and Tech Limited. We were expecting Dr. Anil Wali, Managing Director, FITT, IIT Delhi, but I think Mr. Manveen Singh Chadda, Senior Manager Incubation from FITT Delhi will be part of this session. Mr. Ravinder Singh, Partner Kalari Capital. And to moderate the session, we have with us Mr. Vinayak Godse, Senior Vice President, DSCI. I would request all the guests to please come up on the stage. Over to you, Vinayak.
Thank you all three of you joining us today. And since morning we have been talking about deep technology, and this is the focus of today's interaction basically. And this session is also a deep tech innovation, entrepreneurship, and see how this partnership, ecosystem, and market and investment can evolve out of this one. But I think we can start with the demystifying what do you mean by deep tech innovation basically. So, and then overall your context for this particular meeting. So I can start Mr. Ravi and Srini and probably Manmeet, yeah. So we can start from you and then we can come to.
Sure. So thank you very much for inviting FITT IIT Delhi. Unfortunately, some meetings and all. So I think we are talking a lot about deep tech nowadays because now maybe investors are not finding good deals in non-deep tech. That's my perception, I think so. And now I think that's right also because investors look for early exits and deep tech take a lot of time.
Yeah.
They spend a lot of time, years in the labs, and then they come out and then take a lot of time to reach to the market.
Yeah.
But yeah, once they enter into the market, then maybe at that point of time, the other competitor will go away. There will be no one who can compete you because you have a lot of IPs and all. And I think deep tech is something, the term deep tech intend to be kept aside from the shallow tech, because shallow tech means that it's just converting something from non-digital to the digital side. And I think Uber did this on the, I will say, taxi side. So they disrupted the market fully. And, but they use the pre-existing infrastructure, the technology which is already available in the market. And there was nothing, I would say, they doesn't qualify themselves as a deep tech. But if I talk about deep tech, then yes, startups are coming forward now. In FITT, IIT Delhi also, we focus more on deep tech startups. So there are few startups, maybe I can list them, but yeah in a matter of time, I will not speak much about this. So I think that's the basic difference.
Let me come to Ravinder. So he talked about initial parties because investors thought probably a little provocative question, kind of a comment. Investor not finding non-deep tech, that's why deep tech is favored. So it's definitely one part, but second part is very important basically, shallow tech as a deep tech. Would like to really reflect on that.
So I don't know what is shallow tech, okay, because I invest only in deep tech. I actually don't understand what shallow tech is. So I invest only in deep tech. My companies, anyone can Google my companies. So my companies basically range from founders who are building something for the first time, either in space or on this particular Earth. And I'll take two examples just to qualify that, and I'll name that. If you look at Chara, Chara, a remarkable company incubated out of Indian Institute of Science. They are actually building reluctant at the right time because geopolitics are on their side, but when they started this company, that was not the idea. They actually wanted to take on the dominance of induction motors and all other kinds of motors because they required not only magnet, but efficiency was not, you take 1 kilowatt, you take 4 kilowatt. And by the way, I don't pride myself as a VC. I'm basically an engineer and an aviator. Okay, so I build machines, and I'll come to that. So Chara is one company. Okay, so this is on Earth. We are trying to qualify the area. Second company is, and there are so many companies, but second company is a space company, Digantra. Okay, and Chara actually started making revenues so I don't believe in this particular philosophy that it takes a fund year 7 to 12 years to materialize that. If you are into applied engineering, okay, you can actually get into revenue. By the way, Chara is a company with customers ranging from Amber to Tatas to Teslas and so on and so forth in less than 2 years. So that's one example. Other example is space. It's a space company. Now, company's name is Digantra Science. And these founders basically said that, look, we have to build a traffic management system for LEO, anything which is LEO. And now we have a fancy name which we call as Space Situational Awareness because VCs like that particular name. VCs actually understand that particular name. So there's a branding. Again, that's an applied science company. No revenues, all tech, tech milestones met. The first PSLV launch which happened out of Sriharikota, 5 weeks back, a successful launch of their particular payload. Next payload is going to happen in October, granted patents. So just give you a glimpse. Now, shallow tech, frankly, I don't. I understand deep tech. I'm not going to make any comment on why others invest. I invest in deep tech first because I understand it, number one, and I also believe that it's far more easier for an investor, whether they are an angel or they are a VC or they are any other kind of institutional investor, and Srini, you can explain much better than me. If it is in an applied engineering space, because if you are in an applied engineering space, you don't have to wait for a science breakthrough, which is an applied science breakthrough. I think in India, we don't have that capacity in terms of capital infusion and confidence of that particular capital infusion. So that criticism I can take, frankly. And And I also don't believe in this particular hardware is a commodity. When hardware becomes commodity, you actually make tons of money. So that's fundamentally is a thesis.
Yeah.
Also, I'm bullish about defense. I think that defense in India is going to.
Yeah, I think
company, you can have
I think there are two, 3 threads which comes out of your discussion is the academia role and the defense as a market. We'll come to that in the conversation. But Sini, your large experience working with T-Hub, so is there a way that we can distinguish between deep tech or non-deep tech startup? That's one question. But more importantly, how you see in the deep tech innovation ecosystem is evolving in the country and what you are seeing from your sector?
So I think, first of all, I mean, this discussion of shallow tech versus deep tech, right? I mean, the word deep tech right now, it feels like, on the one side, it feels almost like it's hype, right? I mean, India goes through hype cycles, the world goes through hype cycles. It was AI, we have blockchain, now deep tech. So to some extent, you could think it's a hype cycle kind of thing, but I think honestly, part of it is just a point in time. To your point about Uber, for example, what is the difference between shallow tech and deep tech? I mean, typically, the definition of deep tech is something that's relying on hard science, right? Technological innovation, engineering innovation, things that have longer gestation periods require more money.
on that debate?
So Manvin, I had been visiting campus for last 4 or 5 years because of the thing that I do for cybersecurity innovation and research basically. I know that this innovation kind of establishment, sometimes very independent of the institutions basically. But what I really get a feeling that might have changed in last 4 or 5 years of time, but I get that always become very independent of the research which is happening at academic level basically. Whereas we see, as Ravinder talked about, he's seeing some of those institutions like ISCS bringing those, but I'm not seeing that happening in many other institutions basically. The innovation ecosystem there is a little bit indifferent and probably away from the core research is happening basically. And that's why we don't see a lot of those research translate into kind of product that they should be translating into. And most of the government investment R&D also doesn't really, although now it is changing, but it's not really pushing them to productizing that research. So help me understand, and I'll come to Ravi on this particular.
So, see, actually, I feel that deep tech startups need universities which are more into research.
Yeah.
So if I talk about IITs, they are in, like, number one, anybody would like to join IIT if they are into deep tech. So the reason behind that is because maybe the first thing is the lab quality, the lab equipments, the kind of tech mentors, the faculty members are there, the kind of research is going on, that help them. And faculty members also feel that let's be a part of this startup. And so that maybe they also gain something out of that with the help of this startup. They will also come up with some more pipeline, some more research into it. And the startup will also fulfill its need and requirement. And now I am seeing that more and more faculty members are coming into this startup dome. So they are now working as a startup mode. They are not working as a faculty mode because they are finding it more interesting. They are finding that yes, this is a long-term game. And it's good if you are into research, why don't come and go ahead with the startup mode. And that's why if we talk about we come up with the Research and Innovation Park at IIT Delhi. We recently opened it few 8 to 9 months back. So we are coming up with more high equipment labs over there, like SMT labs and all that, Meditech related labs. So the reason behind that is we want each and everything to be at one place. So what we are doing that we have an incubation floor, then we are coming up with the corporate floor, we are coming up with where VCs will sit, because we want all ecosystem to be there. Now startups also want this. The deep tech startup, they always say that, sir, we are working in silo. We are only into research, we know this product technology, we don't know anything related to business. And they want that because that's what I feel is the research, the deep tech startups, their team founders are mainly tech. I don't know whether sir will agree or not, but I have seen this. They are more into tech because they don't look after that key, what is business, marketing and all. It comes during the journey that yes, and where the VCs, the business experts, they help them to grow. And I think that's why this overall ecosystem is required. Only tech will not serve the purpose.
I agree with this ecosystem. My question is the number of R&D projects that I have seen, and from that R&D not really translating into some kind of product which is commercially viable product basically. So I see that still as a big challenge actually.
So I think now that trend is changing.
Yeah.
Maybe you're right, from last many years this was not the trend because whatever research any faculty or let's say any student was doing, it were more converting into paper publish and all.
Yeah.
But now the kind of project, the kind of, I would say the faculty are working on into the area, they are more into it will finally convert into commercialization. So they are also looking to work in a startup mode, and we have I think 7 to 8 faculties who are involved into startup. There are different schemes now. Defense sector is also coming forward. So startups are working into it. Students are now working because now they are seeing investors are showing in deep tech. So now they are coming forward because initially what happened that most of the universities, I'm not talking about IIT also, even the non-IITs, there are good students, there are good startups I would say, and there are good faculty members who are working in this area. The main challenge for them is, as sir mentioned, that testing is one of the main challenge. In your previous session, as you all discussed, that yes, testing is one of the main challenge. Now let's say startup is working on any X part. For the certification, he has to give 50, 80 lakhs. Now, if I ask any investor to come forward, the technology is ready, pilot is done, let's say, not a paid pilot, free pilot. and now they are looking to get the final certification done and then launch this product into the market. So most of the investors say that come with the final certification done. Then we will see.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the main challenge. Still some startups are facing, I would say. Maybe there are some investors who agree that yes, let's go forward and we will help you out in this. But then at that point of time, they are dependent on either a grant or they have to come with any schemes, either DST or METI supported, where you have to bring a matching grant.
Yeah.
So that's some challenge, I would also
I'm
say.
seeing some changes, and I think we'll come to Ravi on this because he seems to have good stories to tell us how education institution like IISc has been contributing. But I would also like to have a comment on overall, basically. So Ravi, some of the experience that you are seeing, a couple of examples that you have been talking about, how the education institution changing to really support this entrepreneurship ecosystem from the typically R&D focus or academia focus kind of thing.
I'll answer that, but I think this is the guy who actually incubated and thought about things like T-Hub and all this stuff, so we need to pick up that particular brain.
Yeah.
Look, X Factor is government. Silicon Valley in US, was actually created by DARPA, okay? So X Factor is a government. Now, if you actually, and the key is what Srini actually said, look, we are 10, 12 years old in a startup. We are still very, very new, right? So let's not be so self-critical about us that, hey, this has to change. So I just made up this theory, okay? This is like pulled out of thin air. So let's keep government out. If DARPA kind of thing happens, which may happen, for example, if you look at Somnath, who's chairman of ISRO, he gave, yesterday a statement saying that, by the way, these world's 25% of space economy will be in Indian economy, and if ISRO wants to do it, well, they can actually create a Silicon Valley, which will be a true Silicon Valley. Currently, we just name it. So I'll keep that as an X factor. First, it is professors. There are some professors who really want to realize a particular research, and they basically incubate that kind of a culture within academic institutions. After that, it has to get graduated. I think India has few institutions, and of course, Indian Institute of Science, IITs are foremost in that, but there is IIIT Hyderabad. I recently visited them. ISB is also trying to do something, even though they are a management institute or something like this. So everyone is trying, but it's very, very professor-oriented, okay? There's one professor who wants to convert this. And then it actually graduates into something which is known as an alumni, okay? Alumni is who become successful. They actually bring the revolution, okay? And then they start funding these particular professors who have helped them, and then the facilities appear. I think we are in that particular phase where, for example, IIT has got a fantastic alumni, and they basically give back intellectually as well as money-wise. And if you actually look, same thing as in Institute of Science. They do it far more silently, but they have an exceptional one. So I think once these kind of, they spread, triple IITs will be there and all the stuff. And then the X factor, which is government. But there is other things which India is doing better than the world, and I would like Srini, you to talk about that, which is T-Hubs kind of thing. I saw you in T-Hub recently. It's one of the world-class infrastructure which I have seen, So I think that's the X factor, which is combination of good factors out of South Korea, Japan, and bridging it with, incubators like HEX and all the stuff, which have got marvelous robotics labs outside, which Indian government and state level they are doing. So I think that is what the experimentation which is happening.
When I was setting my own center, right, we visited T-Hubs a couple of times to see that's a reference. So Srini, really with the kind of experimentation in terms of T-Hubs, and now I recently visited the IIT Madras Research Park as well. Such kind of interventions really played that critical role, basically. So help us understanding the role that somebody like T-Hub or IIT Madras Research Park is really doing to really promote this deep tech ecosystem.
Sure. So actually there's two different types of initiatives going on right now, right? In terms of building ecosystems I'm talking about. So there's something like a T-Hub, right? And the idea behind T-Hub, for those who don't know, is that it's to bring all of the different pieces of the ecosystem together. The government, investors, corporates, obviously the startups themselves, and other incubators and accelerators, and just connect them all in ways that make sense to everybody, right? And that's more about business propagation. But another very interesting thing that I'm seeing nowadays is that, you talked about IIT Madras, for example, or IISc. Private individuals are coming out and funding incredible institutes, right? Chris Gopalakrishnan, for example, has done the GDI along with Deshpande in IIT Madras. Or IISc, again, he's doing some stuff, right? again, people are willing to put money into this stuff now, and there the idea is just, as you mentioned, a lot of this does. Now, Ravi, one thing I will say is that deep tech versus deep tech startups is two different things, right? So deep tech is the development of that technology initially, and then you build a startup on top of that, and the first part takes a little time. And traditionally, government has played that role of providing grants or whatever that happens to be, and honestly, not enough of that earlier, but it's coming up now at least. But now these private individuals are coming up and saying, look, I will fund this, and I will connect the technology to the commercial aspects. Around IP, for example, is another thing that we sucked at, to be blunt. India was really, really poor at developing IP, creating patents, etc. Today, I mean, every startup has multiple patents underneath their belt in the deep tech space. It's incredible. So I'm seeing the business side of it coming together with the technical side of it, and lowering the gestation period to a point where it doesn't take that long anymore.
But one challenge I've seen, because as a part of our effort, we track almost 230 professors' work in cybersecurity space and try to see what kind of IP they have been generating and try to see is there a way for productizing that basically. But other side, when the user industry basically, they see that it's not up to the level of implementation, up to the level of enterprise level, adoption level basically. So there should be some one layer in between basically. That's the layer we are trying to see whether we can invest from our side, and we are creating some investment from the SA and from industry as well to create that layer so that the ready-made or at least deployable products are coming out of this capability that has been built in there basically. So that layer is very crucial and critical for each of the area, like not only cybersecurity, but cybersecurity is very crucial because nowadays cybersecurity is very critical from national security perspective. That's why we're putting that effort, and government has invested into us to do that kind of work basically. So I believe these interventions will be also very much important and required. But the important thing which Rami, you talked about, and Mavin, you also talk about, is the defense as a market, basically. We have seen IDX has come, every defense department is now have indigenous, very senior level officers, indigenous technology development officer, basically. And then they also have the challenges, they also have investment ecosystem, they are scaling up the investment as well. So do you see that has at least tried to changing and trying to take the initial steps basically? Probably if that scales up, we'll see a lot of possibility in the coming future.
Yeah, no, I agree on the first point. I think first point, the professors or researchers who are working and the gap between realization of that during start, that gap, that has to be filled. I totally agree with that. And I think something, and if you guys are doing, more than happy to participate in that, because I think that's the gap. That ecosystem has to be created. And why only students? I think professors. Well, IIT is changing that. A lot of IIT professors are actually becoming co-founders.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can, like, even I can name them. 10, 12 I know personally in IIT Delhi who are like very proactive in all this. Even they are not coming as a founder, but also I would say,
for example, let's take
they are helping other startups.
IIT Chennai Combustion Lab. Professor Satya is a co-founder in so many companies, right? So many,
And I think this incubation centers are helping this all startups, so that gap that you are talking about, bringing them to market, the commercialization, the VC connect, that is helping them, and that will help them to bridge that gap. And that is important. Otherwise, I think faculty members were working before also when there was no innovation startup ecosystem, but there was nobody to tell them that, boss, this can be taken ahead and you can think in another way.
Yeah, so, but I agree, that gap exists.
And I have created a research productization team. A couple of people are just working on that, and we have some co-creation budget as well available. I'm trying to find a way productively use that budget basically. But I made some investment, almost 9 to 10 investment. Out of that, 5 at least are getting used. So that level I could reach, but that is the area that we should really take an effort.
So totally agree on the first part. Second part, the answer is yes. I think government is not just talking. If you look at opening of defense, well, I will not say startup-oriented privatization of defense. If you actually look at it, it's huge. Space is rapidly coming. Now, both of these spaces, I don't know whether there's somebody from ISRO. I just want to be kind to them. ISRO has changed, okay? Initially, they will look at startups only from a subcontractor perspective. Hey, can you supply me material? Can you build this particular part or something? That fundamentally is changing now. Because ISRO is also sitting on a lot of legacy technology. Can you launch a rocket which is lighter, better, from anywhere, much more intelligent? So I think I'm just giving you an example. I think defense, even though I know a little bit more, can't openly talk about it, but this much I'm certain that in next 6 months, there is a lot of development which is going to happen from a policy perspective. The problem with defense is that even though the policy exists today, for example, a startup can actually work with DRDO today. Startup can actually work with DRDO and they don't have to go through all these financial statements and all this stuff, but there are very few startups over there because of inertia and all this.
Yeah.
So I think policy will be cleared up. How do we incubate so that people are encouraged to participate as a startup in defense is something which has to be thought through. I'm not going to just prescribe something because I'm part of it and have not figured it out, but that is something, policy I'm pretty much certain it will be opened up.
Yeah, and if I can just add, an anecdote to this. Again, it's along the lines of, we're still very young, let's not forget that part, right?
Yeah, that's true.
IDEX that you referred to, right? Innovation and Defense Excellence. I was actually one of the first people that got called in when they were ideating what IDEX was going to become. And they called a meeting at T-Hub with the heads of Army, Navy, Air Force, division as well as the procurement, right? And the first comment they made was, we can't believe we're sitting in a private facility. We could never talk to outsiders outside of our forces. That itself was a big deal. This is only 5 years back. So there's a long way to go. And, we're a giant as a country. It takes time. The amount of changes that are coming is incredible. And like you said, Ravi, I know a lot is happening. You're involved with a lot of that stuff.
No,
it's incredible.
5 years back, and IDEX is a remarkable institution now. I think they can be termed, though a young one. I'll give you a simple example. A private citizen like me, right, a civilian like me, when was this? 2 weeks back at Leela, we did an event. All the top 7 space founders were there. And if you actually see, people who were sitting and answering questions, there were chiefs of Air Force.
Yeah.
There was an ex-governor. There was a principal secretary. There was people from national security and all this stuff. And they're sitting in Leland under one roof and they're talking about it. And all of them
I
said
think
one
this
thing.
is
So
this
it's
is a
happening.
remarkable change we are seeing. Another important thing which I want to bring it here is the user's role in technology development, and that's because I also work with IDX and many Army Design Bureau and many other things. So one of the key things which I really realize is one is to promote technical thinking because and other parties help them to understand what do you mean by use case or problem statement, and probably training is required not only for the defense and government sector, but I also see that happening in private sector as well. Most of the CIOs and especially CISOs that I deal with, they are known to buy the technology. But if you go to the US, I currently running one India-US CISO forum kind of things. If you talk to US CISOs, they are there to contribute to development of technology. So how do you get buyers' contribution to development of technology? So that's another area I believe doesn't really get discussed. How do you get CISOs, CIOs, CDOs to invest into development of technology? So that could be another important. So you are definitely a good example of that. But I believe you see that as an important thing.
Yeah, that's a very tough question. Okay, I was never a classical CIO or something like that. I pride myself as a practicing engineer. So how do you bring C levels over there? I think pretty straightforward. I think success. Once and consider them as angels. Okay, because once you are at a C level, with due respect, I don't think how many of them are practicing engineers or practicing technologists. I think it is the same thing. Why would a CEO of a retail bank would invest in I don't know, Bank 4.0, Bank 5.0, or whatsoever, banking or a last mile connective startup? I think same thing will happen over here. Easiest way to pull them is simple use cases. That I agree. For example, cyber. Cyber is basically a boardroom topic, so they are very much aware of it. I think that's one. Supply chain cost when it comes to defense is a big issue now. So people who are into logistics or who have run large corporates, they understand that. So it's basically you create your thesis and you approach those C-level folks with a similar kind of background. I would start from there. But the bottom line is that success basically attracts investments from everyone. And I think, startups from your thing, you should create an environment that C-level basically queue up to invest rather than the other way around?
Right. No, I think, as you mentioned that how to bring this all C-levels, and so if I talk about, if you are really working great in your product and you are confident about that, so let's say if I take an example of ISRO. So nowadays, previously what happened that all these startups face a lot of struggle, because if they want to give a use case and make them understand to ISRO or whatever, HAL and all that, it's very tough. You can't even approach them. So being in IIT, it's an advantage that even if you drop an email to them and if you show something that yes, this is what our startup is working on, they will definitely give you a reply on that. And they would love to connect and understand what exactly you're building. So we have one startup recently, he joined our incubation center a few months back. He is working into IP core and all. So it's all about ASIC and VLSI design. So as we all saw last many months, Tesla, mein gaadi mein and all that, fire and all happening and all. So that is because of the electromagnetic and cosmic waves, that even if I take a lighter near to that, there were some changes in the 0, 1 and all. So some disruption will come certainly, and again it will restart. So he is working on that area where all these faults, soft errors and all that will not make them again run that system. It will continuously start working, and parallelly that system will design in such a way so that it will not make a fault and all. So they are working on this area. So now startups are coming up in semiconductors in all these areas.
Yeah.
And this was the lack which Tesla also felt after a long time, that this was a missed case and we didn't understand all this and we suddenly pushed this into a market. But yeah, now startups are working into it, and all these government agencies, ISRO, HAL, whatever, they all are contributing equally, and they also like to welcome all these ideas, support them, because this gives them a validation. And if ISRO and all these are saying yes to your technology, then definitely I think if you're going into the market, private players and even the investors will come forward that yes, you are working something great.
Yeah. So, Sini, you talked about reverse brain drain, which is happening, and I have one example to share. There's a big US company, somebody working in security, I can take name, working in a meta security team basically in US. Both were in touch with me for last 6-7 months, and now finally they took a decision, they came back and they started a company here. But do you see this as a larger phenomena or one of the cases like this?
A larger what?
Larger phenomena, like people are coming and setting. Like
Yeah. I mean, even in, again, I don't know about IIT Delhi, I'm sure it's the same. I mean, a lot of the faculty also are people who've returned, they did their academics abroad, learned that system over there, came back, and it's much more about applied research, whereas it used to be about publishing a paper. No one wants to just publish a paper anymore. It's like, how is this impacting the world? So absolutely, I'm seeing more and more of that stuff coming up. The other side that I'm seeing is as the company goes from being deep tech research to deep tech startup, they're pulling in people who have a knowledge of that area, right? Functional area, so it's no longer just about the technical side of it, it's what problem am I solving? Without that, it's never going to get to actually make a difference in the world. And so we're seeing both of those come together, and I think that's accelerating.
That's a remarkable point, because I think that's where the real advantage of a C-level comes, if these startups, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for an example of you yourself getting involved, mentoring a lot of startups with your experience of this, that's what makes the difference. Yeah. So absolutely, I think a lot of that is coming together, and it's exciting times.
So another, I'm not sure whether you're observing, but we are observing that, especially in the area that we work, that a lot of global R&D is moving to India, right? In cybersecurity is happening quite strikingly in last 4-5 years of time, and people working there are now coming out and starting their companies basically. So do you see that global R&D moving to India, product moving to India is also helping for people to take a plunge, get the experience, take a plunge and start their own? This is strikingly happening in cybersecurity space for sure.
That is for sure.
So I think yes, global R&D are moving now to India, because I think this is because of our startups, our faculties who are working great in the technology, and they are seeing that there is a lot of things that can be done in India. So yes, global R&D, I can name some of them who are trying to come and have their center in IIT Delhi and want to do a research, collaborative research with the faculty startups, and want to do something unique so that it will help both ways and a win-win situation for both. So yes, I think they are trying to come because India, maybe because of the market, India is a big market, and
No,
everybody
because
knows that.
access to engineer is a significant factor there. You get engineers
Absolutely.
to work, so that's a critical factor here. So we try to cover as much as ground as we can, but if there are some questions from audience, we'll like to take them so that we can add to what we covered here. Anybody would like to? Any experience want to share? Okay, Manish.
Yeah, hi, very good afternoon to all of you. Actually, see, sir, there are deep tech startups and there are general tech startups. So I see that deep tech startup do not have much of the market access, but the general tech startup are very good in the business objective achievement and they have a good market also. And they're able to raise the capital investment very frequently. So how you rate the deep tech innovations which are coming from the deep tech startup housed in the institutions like ISC and IITs, and general tech startups which are groomed from their traditional business houses and now they are taking up startup shapes. So I see that general tech startups are more market accessible, they are raising fund more quickly than the deep tech startups. So how you differentiate both?
I don't know, you opened the...
I think in terms of, as he mentioned that there is no lack of investors for deep tech also.
No,
There
but he probably, Manish is talking for his experience because he also invests and quite significant investment happens. This is a government unit basically for the commercialization of technology. I also involved in this process. Basically, we see challenges in terms of getting market access to the startup, and this is one of the important area. Market is, people say, but market is still not really that conducive for some of the deep tech. So,
see, I think for deep tech, maybe the market is niche.
Yeah.
I will not compare it with the non-deep tech startups because they work either for D2C, B2C, whatever. All customers are there. But for deep tech, mostly there is B2B. Okay. So there might be some lack of, you will say, market access, but whatever is the minimum market available, if you are really developing something, then maybe that all 50 will be yours. But if you are developing something which is not of use, then even if you are working for B2C, there are 5 lakh people, nobody is going to buy it. So I think, yes, there is a lack of access of market, but whatever market niche is available, if you are really developing something, and I think they both will agree that whoever start working on any idea, whether it's deep tech or non-deep tech, they first understand where is my market. Unless and until you understand where is your market, why you are developing it, if you don't know where is your market. So that's my perception. I think he will add something.
I mean, I think one thing I would say is, again, it goes back to what is a deep tech startup in the first place, but if in most cases, the challenge for a deep tech startup is more technology risk than market risk. If you can crack that technology and it's a fundamental technology, I mean, the market is yours. It's not that difficult once you've cracked that and got to a product. And I'm seeing it, there's so many investors today. All of the big, not all of them, but quite a few of the big investors are now absolutely focused on deep tech because they know that while it's a little more difficult, the rewards are much higher.
Look, I'm not going to differentiate this because investors are investors and startups are startups. That's the common thing. Some people have thesis for SaaS, so they invest in SaaS. Some people have thesis for a deep tech, and within deep tech, maybe space tech. For example, I don't do material science. I basically do space. I do machines. Okay, so I've chosen applied engineering as a theme because I understand. So I have a thesis for that. One thing which is critical is that tech milestones are way more important during the initial journey, which I call as valley of death. So tech milestones. If you're able to successfully establish those tech milestones and the credibility of the founding team to take it to a product level, even if it is not product, you will get your upper rounds or next rounds. Okay, so that. Whereas in other normal startups, you have an established market and you try to acquire customers as quickly as you can, and then you say that this is the cost of acquiring customer. And there are many, and that's how most of them are evaluated. And these are not the only principles, but this is how they are evaluated. But in the end, founders are founders. They want to generate wealth for themselves, and they want to generate wealth for the ecosystem in which they are doing. That can be country, that can be society, that can be global or something like that. That first principle doesn't change it. So I frankly don't look at, hey, this is this or this is that. There are different ways of looking. You look at enterprise SaaS in a very, very different way as a consumer SaaS. You know, the parameters are very different.
No.
Thinking is very, very different. It's thesis oriented.
But with this, time is already up. Thank you, Ravi. Thank you, Srini. Thank you, Wen, for joining us today. We try to cover as much as we can cover in the 45 minutes of time. Thank you for your time. Thank you all the audience for joining it here. Thank you very much.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you all. Thanks.
Thank you, speakers, for sharing their views on the topic. This brings us to the last session for the day, the valedictory session around Tech Decade, putting acts together, industry, startups, academia, and government. Please join me in welcoming our speakers for today's sessions. Mr. Jagdish Mitra, Chief Strategy Officer and Head of Growth Tech Mahindra, Professor Krishna Sirohi, Professor of Practice, Bharati School of Telecommunications, Technology and Management, IIT Delhi. And to moderate the session, we have with us Ms. Sangeeta Gupta, Senior Vice President, NASSCOM. Can I please request the guests to come up on the stage? Over to you, Sangeeta.
Thank you so much, and a very warm welcome to the last session for the day. I know many of you may be thinking about the traffic back home, so we'll try and keep this as crisp as possible. The theme we've been given for the valedictory session is really Techade. How do you put the act together? And I think it was very inspirational for all of us, particularly at NASSCOM, when the Prime Minister talked of this decade as India's decade, right? A decade where technology will transform India to a developed nation by 2047. And it's not just transformation from a growth perspective, it's really transformation from a inclusion and an access perspective. And I think Techade was a term that NASSCOM actually coined in the end of 2019, where we said that, you know, this will be a decade where technology will dominate how we live, work, and play. And it's very, it's hugely motivating to see how far that term has come and how it's now getting accepted, and the whole importance and vision of building this as India's decade. So I have an eminent panel with Professor Sirohi and Jagdish, and I wanted to start with you, Jagdish, and just share about what do you think is your vision of India's decade? It means very different things to different people. So I'd love to get about how you're thinking about the decade and how well positioned is India to really realize the vision of the decade as you would dream about it.
Sangeeta, thank you, and great to be with you and Professor Sirohi. Yes, I agree that we first in NASSCOM had coined this term, and when I heard the Prime Minister talk about it, I don't know whether he spoke about it earlier than the 15th August this year, but this year in the morning when I heard him talk about it, I said, wow, that's definitely a very good, resounding confidence on what we have been trying to do in NASSCOM. So to talk about the vision, I think everyone will have their own vision, like you said, but I think it got to be aligned with what the country wants to do. And I think if you look at it, then the vision for the next 10 years for us to not just be a 5 trillion economy, but also there are certain non-so-stated objectives. Non-so-stated objectives would be around being more in the next 10 years to be more like, or this 10 years, to be more closer to be a developed economy rather than a developing economy, and what are the characteristics of a developed economy. I think the developed economy has some basic characteristics which healthcare for all, a very objective education level for all, and an opportunity for everyone to be over the poverty line or our economic. So if I take all those three, then if the technology enables the journey to it, which is what it does, and it's the most integral factor to ensure that those three factors are available for our country, and as an outcome, we are all in the corporate business world, so we always wonder on what targets, what outcomes will measure. But this outcome that I would think is moving us closer to being a developed economy would be the decade ambition or decade dream for me.
Yeah, I think education, healthcare, livelihoods, right, and technology can play an integral role for each of those visions and the imperatives. Professor Sirohi, what would be your dream or vision for the decade for India, and where do you think the most action needs to be?
Yeah, for me, my understanding is that country cannot be a developed nation unless we have focus on products. So we have been very successful. We are really proud of it. Almost every big product company of the world has got a development center in India. So that is also a good fact. As a startup ecosystem, also we are growing, but with all these are good enough for us to dream to be a developed nation. But we need to do few things fundamentally different to reach that level. Number one is that we are in a services model. The mindset has become services model. And although we are earning a lot of money in this model, we have completely failed to put one portion of that revenue into the product development. Possibly that business model does not enable us, does not allow us to focus onto something else. And so academia is expected to play a much bigger role today. And there has been innovations and effort. In the previous session, we were talking about ISC and other places coming up with very good startups. I'm mentoring myself with some of them at ISC. So the point which academia can play significantly is become a base of those technological solutions, which is a research translation. So we are very good in research. Our publications, our professors' publications are cited very well, right? But we don't do anything much after that. Right? So unless we do the research translation, we come out with the solutions out of this. And unless there is a mechanism to support a solution realization which can reach to a level when I can announce to my VC community that I have something to offer to you. So because for deep technical solutions, that's quite sizable. You need some good amount of fund. I don't see any policy in the country funding that portion of a product realizations. Right? So this is something very serious in the country. And if I take a liberty to take 1 minute, about a few months ago, a nation declared that we are going to have a leadership position in 6G, right? So this was a statement not less than a prime minister. Now 6G leadership position means we could be early adopter of 6G, we could be early product developer of 6G, we could enable our research into the standardization. That is a leadership onto this, right? And if you want to do a leadership in a standardization, 2025, 2026 is the entire game is going to be established, right? So how many years we have? Just 2-3 years to have a reasonable respect of essential patents. How many proposals you should have ready or we should be working on it? Do we have 100 proposals which we are going to take up to the standards bodies in 2016 when the first game will be open up? I don't think we have those 100. And if you don't even take 100 to them, then how many of them would be will be successful in getting it through into the essential patents? And what would be that number? I asked one of the senior government officials that what is our mandate, a measurable that we will be leadership in this. He said, yes, we have taken some number, but that is a 3%. It is very difficult to believe that with the 3% of essential patents portion, can we call ourselves as a leader? So I think we are already late in 6G. So we have to focus for entire this 25 years what is being talked about, right? So we have to be ready for something which will start in 2035. And that is something which has to come up from the academy, and a good structural approach must come up.
No, that's great points you're raising, Professor Sirohi, that, you know, India's vision of the decade has to be closely interlinked with India's vision of a product nation, right? And I think the whole Make in India products, which is not just the manufacturing side of it, but really on emerging technologies, on deep technologies, how can we lead and proactively think much far ahead than reacting to a scenario. And I think the more important part you spoke about is translating words into action and funding, right? Because without that, a lot of this is just talk. And my follow-up question really to you is that India has amongst the lowest R&D spending in the country, right? And there's been so much talk about it and, you know, so many different things that get discussed. But how do you think we can actually, are there some concrete actionables that we need to take that will enable us to the point that you said, if we need to be a leader in 6G, how do we put together the funding for that? How do we incentivize the academia to proactively research, build the patents, monetize the models, you know, submit them for global approvals as standardization bodies as are needed? We somewhere seem to let there be a leaking pipeline in some ways, right? So I'd love to get your thoughts on what do you think needs to change and how can we change it rather than again leaving it at a discussion level, right?
Yeah, so I worked in the industry for the development of the product so far, you know, very long, and now working in academia. I think we have to address this in multiple parts. You know, one of the part is that even the performance evaluation criteria of the academic experts, you know, so that need to be changed, right? So people who are involved in the research translation, people who are involved in developing the solutions, and certainly if a professor of repute in any of these academic institutes, if he is taking up a startup initiative, then his product would certainly be ahead of a state of art. There's no doubt on this, right? But if he is making efforts on this, possibly in his evaluation criteria as academician, that is not figuring out well. You know? And then second comes, where is the fund? Now we have, you know, now at least a couple of missionary initiatives that physical cyber systems, national mission, and the quantum computing national mission. This is a big amount, many thousands of crores rupees of it. We have not properly identified this need, that what amount of funds is actually needed to do this research translation part. So even in this cyber physical systems, people are doing some fundamental research. I think that is fine. That we already had some programs, and maybe a portion of that should go to the fundamental research. But a sizable portion must go for the solution realization. Unless we do solution realization, you will never have a sufficient ground to do the newer innovations. You know, even the research need a sound base. If I cannot decode 5G well, I can't do really anything for the 6G. So there are multiple things that need to be done.
Yeah, so I think it's about the whole, how do you make sure the incentivization or the structure for academia is geared towards what we are trying to do, as opposed to staying in the old world and still trying to reinvent the new, right?
So just one thing to add is, we have been involved in many of the government programs of the startups evaluations and see how they are performing, and then you know, such hackathons, and whether they are good to go for the field trials, particularly in a defense and like that. Like what what actually we are doing, paying some 30 lakhs rupees for an startup. What is this? This 30 lakhs rupees is not even a one-man-year cost. And the people who are involved in these arrangements, they are making their statistics. In 1 year, we have called these many proposals, these many startups have been taken for the field trials, these many are ready to be launched. So we have to set right target for the people who are involved in the business of entrepreneurship, which is a very serious business. If I have 100 deep tech startups in the country, if 90 of them are going to fail, it's a very serious problem to me. We have to systematically make some arrangement so that 90 of 100 should be successful.
Or at least half of them, right? I mean,
So there are some methods. We have given very clear implementation mechanisms, and those implementation mechanisms must be supported not only by the government, even the industry, which is doing very well in the services business. I think they should consider on those proposals how they can generate a pipeline of startups and which is aligned to possibly their business, right? And they would be the best one to pick them up and helping them to go to the global scale.
no, definitely. So Jagdish, if I was to come to you, right, you've heard Professor Sirohi talking about the vision of the product nation, but India as a services nation, the tech services industry has played a key role, and a lot of, where India is today is thanks to the tech services industry and, the great effort that companies like Tech Mahindra have played. But there's often a criticism, right, that it's still a very people-based business, you're not innovating enough, you're very comfortable in the model that you are in. How do you see the tech services model? How has that changed? And, again to the question on R&D, are tech services companies investing enough in R&D?
So Sangeeta, I think to Professor Sirohi's point, I think we all know the problem statement on R&D and the fact that we don't do enough on R&D. But I think it's a combination, and I'm a big believer that the first finger should point towards you, which means towards each organization what they can do to promote and drive R&D and why should they do it. So from a services, to your point of view, I think, yes, we've done very well on services. I think it's not a fair assessment to say that we are comfortable sitting where we are, because we all know that it's an extremely competitive market. It's an extremely differentiated capability that the customer looks to buy from. So for us to win and to survive and to grow in this market, we constantly adding capabilities that will help us be more competitive. Now, how does that work in an environment where you can turn around and say, is there innovation happening? Is there product development happening? I think yes, otherwise the same piece of work that we do today versus what we did yesterday has gone through a complete technological shift, right? The same number of people that required, which is services' biggest player, is the same. If you look at the graph of the industry, the way it's growing, versus the growth of people addition in that business, there's a significant change. The revenue per employee, the revenue per productivity of the employee, and so on and so forth in the services industry is significantly changing. By no means I'm suggesting that there is not more scope to do. But I think to suggest that there is lack of innovation in this industry and still we are surviving is, I think, probably being a little naive, because you can't in a global environment like this be competitive, be growing, and still expect that you're not innovating. So companies in our industry, in the services industry, Tech Mahindra included and others, are innovating in different parts of the business. So for example, we may not be building a product around AI, leveraging AI or data science, but we are using AI and data science to make sure our service offerings become more competitive. We are using AI and data science to make sure that what took us X number of people to deliver as an operations capability is now half of X being used to be able to deliver it. So those kind of innovations and those kind of competitive solutions are definitely inside it. To Professor Sirohi and your point about R&D and the role that we can play, each one is doing their own bit. TCS or Infosys or Wipro or any of these larger peers of ours have all got setups organized to do platforms and products. We in Tech Mahindra have a very strong setup around product and platform capabilities. It's today about 20% of our, close to 20% of our business in that number, that platforms, products and services built around that platform and product. So I think the transition needs to be a lot more faster, and I think the journey over the last 2 to 3 years or 5 years have exponentially changed. All service companies realize that if they don't get into creating products and platforms that enable their services, they will not survive. So it's a very strong survival play rather than realizing that it's easy to win. So for it's a competitive advantage if we try to create that. The question is that how much of our own business are we cannibalizing? That's a very difficult question that we got to ask ourselves, and a very bold step. Some companies have created structures within the organization. We have, and we have a brand which runs our product and platforms. Some have integrated it, but I think the whole journey towards R&D is well understood. All of us have very strong associations with academia. The amount of money we are spending every year on creating products and platforms is increasing. So I think to that effect, the industry very well recognizes that this business has got to be transformed and turned on its head. The speed at which you turn on its head is a very different discussion, because you also don't want to turn and fall over and completely kill the current business model from which you're making the revenues to fund it. So it's all self-funded today. So to a large extent, the ownership lies on us to be able to drive it even further.
Yeah, no, I fully agree. I think the services model has really, really changed. It is no more just the FTE or employee-based model that was there earlier. I think there's so much that's happening that may not be visible to everybody. A pure-play product company is much more visible. In a services company, you still see those dollar revenues and the head count and some big contracts one. You necessarily don't see all the IP or the product platformization strategy that is underway. And as NASSCOM, we're very focused on showcasing that story also, because sometimes people just assume that services is only about people and there is no, and a cost advantage. Cost is important. I think a lot of global customers are coming to India for the cost advantage, but they're coming beyond cost now. So it's about cost and innovation and transformation and everything else, that the industry is doing. Professor Surabhi, you talked about deep tech startups, and that's again a very strong focus of NASSCOM. You see the NASSCOM Deep Tech Club, the DSCI Cybersecurity Initiative. We have a number of programs that are supporting the early growth of deep tech, just like we did the 10,000 startups program, when technology startups were very, very in its infancy. So really we are seeing the evolution of deep tech at that stage. Many of these deep tech companies are still solving enterprise problems and not the very hard or 10-year hence problems that you are talking about. But even at that stage, I know I heard the previous session talking about there's no lack of funding, but we do hear from the startups always about how there is lack of funding or lack of patient capital because their R&D product cycles are longer. Government procurement, to your point, beyond hackathons and getting that 30-40 lakh checks is almost impossible, right? And so their ability to test their products that may be getting built out, especially in specific sectors like cybersecurity, defense, telecom, continues to be low. You've been involved with incubating startups. You also do this Industry Academia Alliance. How do you think we can make a difference that truly we can help save the next 5 years? We see, and I'm not using the word unicorn here, but you see a high growth deep tech startups from India that are truly making their mark, just like we've done in the consumer tech or even in the enterprise SaaS space.
So I can share one of the experience which I'm trying to do at IIT Delhi is that we recognize that unless you have an open experimental setup, like many years ago, 4 to 5 years ago, that Ericsson gave some 5G test bench to IIT Delhi, and big names for popularity that it is collaborating in the 5G research for the country, right? for over 4 years, that setup was not at all utilized. And the reason is anyone who has got its product being put up as a test bench is not willing to share any internal details of it. And the professors who are doing much forward-looking research, they are not interested to do just a use case implementing on a 5G. He wants to do a use case, certainly, but he wants to do a use case in such a manner that to make it optimally designed, he wants to make some change in the 5G network capability. And when he went it attempting a change, that Ericsson said, no, it is not possible. And it is true with even if I set up a test bench from an Indian product owner will also tell me the same thing, I cannot open up this design for you, right? So if I want to make a 6G experimental research, I need to have a 5G open experimental test bench. And this is what we have established in IIT Delhi now, leveraging the open source assets. The 5G as open source is one of the reality now. It may not be the product worthy, but unless you keep this, you cannot make the products. So this is something has happened. Now there are 5, 6 6G initiatives are being implemented on this open test bench. Right? So this setup, since we know we did it with the industry collaboration, because even to create this setup, you need people with the skill who have developed products or who are doing this deep tech services business, people of that level. Academy people are not fit to do that. They are not trained to make such experimental setups for themselves, right? So we have created it. We propose to the government that now, at least in the 5G and beyond areas, we can utilize this as a base for entrepreneurship. We at IIT Delhi will take care of nurturing all 5G or beyond based technology, because 5G is not only for the telecom service provider. 5G is now everywhere in every sector, right? So to make those systems, a startup can do very little. To make a fundamental strong product, you need a team and knowledge on this. We said we will play that role for those startups. And the company who have already got these startups, when they are busy making their product commercialized, possibly they need technology enhancement and major technology enhancement. We as a platform can give this enhancement to them while they're busy making the product established of their previous generation of a technology. So this is such kind of a systematic approach. So if this model works, I'm sure myself with the team can generate some 20 deep tech startups where the 5G or 6G is the core of the technology. And so such models need to be tried out.
No,
in addition to many other things which are successfully being done in the country.
But is this model scalable, because it's still a test bed? It's only 15, 20 startups that we are talking about. So how do we think about at least the 100 startups that you talked about, if not 1,000, right?
So I think this is a model. Now people need to believe that model need to be validated, model need to be understood better, right? And need to be replicated. Why only in IIT Delhi?
Exactly.
Right? If I can run a setup in IIT Delhi who is confidently saying that I can create 20 successful deep tech startups, then all academia together, we will make it 1,000.
So let me come in if it's okay.
Please.
I think and we'll go back to what we've
Some echo.
So I think, if you look at how the services industry grew, it also started to that point with some small examples of what worked. And I think that's where I've always believed that businesses will always look at a term which is defined, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years. The policy making and the government has a role which looks at 10 years, 15 years ahead. And that's the role that they can play. And create the incubation such that it allows people to come together and create more around it. Look at what it did with our whole software export promotion zone type of a setup. And if I compare that with what Professor Sirohi is talking about, it requires only 5 or 10 to incubate and set the seed, and then the whole platform of 20 such, and then 50 such, and then 500 such, multiply that with 10 or 20 more. So to me, I think that's the role for incubators and incubations coming together. The learning, I think, that we have is all around us. I think today a lot of it is primarily expected that the government will do. It has to somehow, government has to create that ecosystem where a startup comes, test bed, for example, just to pick on that. That's one area. Whatever deep tech you use, whether it's in Industry 4.0 or whether it's in 5G or any of this, the big challenge that a startup has that they can't afford to invest on a test capacity or building that capability around it. If we create such innovation hubs, which is one of the things that the government has talked about, but turn it a little bit towards the industry-led on different topics of innovation, whether it's somewhere it's on connectivity, to somewhere it's on mobility, to somewhere it's on renewables and so on and so forth. Things that can be global in nature, but created in India, has a market in India and has a market globally. You are suddenly creating 16 such innovation hubs, which are, I compare them to the export zone type of a setup, where 3 or 4 academic institutions come together, 5 large corporations come together, 50 startups come together in that innovation hub. You will see amazing ability to create new products and new design. That's my belief on a possible framework that we can use.
No, I think that's a great idea. It's, because you have to stop thinking beyond just funding and capacity building, right? Create something that is more sustainable, which marries all of the different elements, including the whole test bed infrastructure, which helps the startups innovate and think ahead, right? So,
if I add one point here is that so far the way the incubators have been set up, so it is good that we are creating an ecosystem, that we are connecting to the VCs, we are connecting to the market access policies, and many things are actually being done, and is very helpful. There's no doubt on that part. But we are not creating a mechanism of providing a seed technology. Now, the creating a seed technology is completely a task of that innovator who want to become an entrepreneur, we need to lead. So there's so many disconnects in it, right? So creating a seed technology, realizing into the form factor so that it is making a good sense, it is becoming too different than what is currently available, and then making a business out of it. I think there are multiple parts, and these need, if you want to solve a bigger problem, you need to have experts of solving these bigger problems. So it has to be a solution-oriented hubs. What my colleague is saying, it is solution-oriented, where the technology is provided as a seed technology, as my VC provide a seed money to do my business. Somebody need to provide the seed as a technology over which the product can be made. For example, when we made this test bench, byproduct came up as a network in a box, a 5G network in a box. It is a small box where I can carry it, maybe put it into the defense vehicle, and it becomes a 5G moving network. So possibly this is not so interesting. But what is interesting that my experts team at IIT Delhi will convert that 5G NIV, which is this big today, into this form factor. And if this can be fitted into this form factor, and if its power consumption requirement becomes in milliwatts, not in hundreds of watts, then it's a game changer. Then every soldier can carry it. So adding 1 kg of a weight for a soldier for tactical operations is a big pain, right? So all that is possible when some people in the country are in the position to decode the entire technology of 5G or coming up 6G. Then you can create the deviations and meaningful deviations.
very, very insightful. That think of seed technology. I probably have not heard of that earlier, and I think that's very useful. Feedback for us as NASSCOM also as we work with startups. How do we think about seed technology as different from, like you said, all the regular stuff that gets done, which is helpful, but may not be creating the most impact. Jagdish, I want to move to the next set of enablers, which is really about talent. I think the the last 12, 15 months, we've heard about the whole great resignation, the great reshuffle, and access to talent has become, and access to technology talent, and more specifically deep technology talent, has become a key differentiator for businesses, which has made it increasingly hard for smaller companies, startups to hire. Even larger companies are facing the brunt of, the whole shift that we've seen. How do you see this panning out, right? I know it was a reaction because in 2020 hiring was much less, and suddenly there was a demand upswing, and hence people had to hire much more than than they would have in normal years. Now, of course, there's a lot of institutional processes that have been built in place, and there are upskilling programs underway. But is the strategy to build deep tech talent requires a slightly different intervention than technology talent skilling?
Okay, first I think I should probably tell you that it's harder for bigger companies than for startups, especially because startups that are funded by well-known VCs, they don't have to do quarter by quarter answers, so they have a different challenge compared to we, and we have to answer that, so it's actually harder for us to hire talent than for startups. But coming back to the point about that you're making, what does it mean to talent and how do you do it? It's a very interesting dichotomy. We have a country where I think we produce approximately more than 2 million STEM graduates every year, and then we still have a talent gap. So obviously it means that what we are producing versus what our market requires, there's probably a gap. And in the sense that therefore opportunity for both these to work in clusters. And I believe that the bigger solution lies in organizations like us, and IIT doesn't have that other challenge, but there are tier 2, tier 3, that's where the most of the talent also comes together. I think if we could look at creating hubs where we are working much more closely. So for example, Tech Mahindra, for example, TCS, or for example, Wipro or a Cognizant or any of the other top 10, 50 companies are working in certain hubs, and they could probably take care of using some of the things that we in NASSCOM have done with future skills, etc. Engage the academic institutions, 10 or 20 of them. You will probably create a much more market-ready talent on the skills rather than the current model where there is a certain course curriculum that they run and there's a certain business model that the industry is running, and never the twain meets, and you keep spending 6 months, 1 year, 1.5 years to train people before they are actually gainfully employed. So that, again to the first point and this one, is I think a hub cluster type approach where you named set of academic institutions and businesses have started to do it, we've started to do it. That's one role. Second, I think the big opening that the COVID or the pandemic taught us that you don't have to do any major things in the bigger cities. The tier 2, tier 3 cities have tremendous talent, and you can go there and create those bases with those guys, again with the help of tremendous amount of technology that you can imbibe on them. That's the second one that we have deployed, and we've gone what we called as tier 2, tier 3 programs and leverage talent over there. Good part, as I said, is that the basic level of education on mathematics, which is common to every deep tech solution, is very good in the country. And if you can make sure that you overlay on top of it problem-solving techniques, problem-solving approach and not theoretical, and you bring in this, is the second tool. Third, which is increasing but is very low still compared to the West, is this internship approach, serious internship. I think serious internship is a critical part of making sure people get ready for what the problems that they are trying to solve. And I think it's changing, but not changing enough to be able to take a large amount of base. It's still a very tick in the box that I need to get some sort of an internship done, but not really getting hands dirty. You can tell that because most companies don't pay interns, most interns don't demand what their work is going to be, but it's changing and probably needs to be done with a lot more. Yes, that's so. The final question to yours is about, is it got to be treated differently between deep tech and regular talent tech? Yes, I think some technologies will be very, very core to deep tech, whether it is AI or whether it is data science or whether it is quantum. And I think we've got to raise the bar a lot higher. What we've done by starting to create these mass bases of STEM graduates, it's not fault of the graduates that are coming out. It's the level at which we are pegging people to be competitive and considered to be world scale. That bar, I think, has unnecessarily been lowered down. So we produce 3 million, but 3 million of them are not that quality.
Yeah.
So I think that quality standard has to be raised really high up, who then in turn will push the system saying, I can do this. I can not only do ABCD programming, but I can actually challenge the way the software is written and automate this piece or write the software tool on it. That will only come when you raise the bar on technology, and that the engineering talent on that needs to go up.
Yeah. So Professor Sirohi, if I was to come to you, IITs of course are a different platform, right, where everybody, the brightest students go, the brightest faculty exists, but it's a very small pool for talent, right? And when we see the hundreds of other engineering institutions across the country, the tier 2, tier 3 that Jagdish spoke about, they are in a different world, right? And I think all kinds of issues, including the faculty that is needed to teach deep tech skills. How do you see this changing? Can IITs play a bigger role? I know we tried some of the distance learning programs, but they're not really producing the effect that one would like to see.
So some experimentations were done in IIT, done some kind of short-term courses, 6 months, 9 months courses for a very specialized areas of 5G, IoTs and this type of thing, and they were very successful. Now think those are kind of a pilot, but need to be systematically, organized into a better form. So from a NESCOM perspective, if I say that, since we are talking complex things to happen, we want to have a success, and success rate also must be higher than the possibly others. So we need to respect creating that expertise, and it has to be a subject of a specialization, right? So if we need to make an institutionalized effort, right? Theoretically, let me give a hypothesis that there is an institute called Indian Institute of Deep Tech Entrepreneurship. It is nothing to do with other entrepreneurship. It is nothing to do only the deep tech. So it is a deep tech entrepreneurship. One of the IIT hosts this, and the members of NASCOMs come out with their aspirations from this institute, and this institute will every year, after say 2 years of existence, every year will produce 50 successful startups and 1,000 well-trained experts. And these are available for even the member companies to adopt, even to own up some of the startups and even take this workforce. And this is a continuous flow, right? So if you have research which is going on at IIT Delhi, if that is available to this institute at their disposal, FITT like an incubation center, that is available for this. So missing gaps of the today's structure will be filled by this.
No.
And if you can set up some such thing at Delhi, I'm sure it will become a hub for at least 20 centers in, in the northern India, and you can replicate these models. But we have to think in that direction.
You have to think out of the box, I think. We always go back and say we want to reinvent school education. I don't think all of that will happen easily, right? So you have to think differently. I know we're almost out of time, Jagdish, so I'll just combine my last two questions. One is that, we are living in this midst of so many technologies, right? It was AI, IoT, then it became Web3, metaverse, something new keeps coming up, synthetic biology, material sciences. How do you see all of these technologies, and as a student or as an entrepreneur, do I focus on the technology? Do I focus on the use case? Where is all of this headed, right?
Well, I think a knowledge of technology today is almost imperative whether you are in the tech world or not. And I say that because while in a technology company you may be using AI, on an enterprise you should know how to use AI. So if you don't know either of those, then you are in a deep trouble. So it's almost imperative that everyone should know enough about the key technologies that are going to shape the world. To me, I think the key technologies in the near future that are going to shape are things like AI, things like quantum, and metaverse or Web 3.0. Now, the reason why that's important for everyone to know is that they can then apply that to the business environment. To your final point of saying, where do you see, where does a business or an academician focus on? Do they focus on learning skills or on use cases? I think it depends on what career you want to choose. If you are trying to be one of the builders, then you have to focus on deep technologies, that if you want to be. If you are choosing to be one of the businesses that you are going to be able to leverage the technology and grow your business, then you have to focus on the use cases. So it depends on where you see your future to be, whether you are looking to yourself to be a builder or you're looking yourself to be a provider.
And how do you see that, Professor Sirohi?
For me, if we are talking about very serious adoption of a technology and taking good advantage into the product realization, so which technology is useful, it is not the concern. How technology is going to perform to achieve this system goal, somebody need to talk these experiences. AI is used for a product development. It is not my, I don't gain anything by saying. But if someone with his experience say, if you are using AI in this fashion to get this advantage, which finally lead to you less computing, less power consumption, finally the cost, form factor of this product, then it is a useful thing, right? Since we have not done those level of work ourselves, we are dependent for somebody else to come and guide us, and no one, frankly, no one outside is willing to guide our people on those aspects. So we have to make our hands dirty. Even if I'm failing in a product realization, I should be welcomed, so that I can share this experience. That I failed because of this, gentleman, you don't make this mistake. And this is a better way of doing, now you will be successful if you adopt this way. Right? So we have to transform this model of advocacy of technology. It has to be experimental result based.
Great point. Experimental, result-based, focus on the outcomes and share the learnings and failures, right? Because otherwise everybody is ending up, or many people are ending up making the same mistakes. I know we're out of time, but if there's any one question the audience would like to ask. Yes, Vin.
So Sangeeta, you spoke about talent and the gap, and of course Jagdish, you also touched upon the same. So they say that there is a demographic dividend India has. That the working population ratio is more than the dependent ratio, so to say. And on the other side, there is a talent gap also that we possess. So typically, how can we marry the two, or maybe bridge the gap between the two areas, and so that this demographic dividend can be a demographic divine, so to say, which was back in 1921. So which can, what are those core focus or fundamental cornerstones that, the ecosystem can focus? I know this could be a little digression to the exact panel session topic, but I thought that, people talk about demographic dividend a lot, that India possess. But how can we just transverse from a demographic dividend to a demographic divine by focusing on amending our ways to, bridge the gap between the talent, disparity that we have?
Yeah. No, I think it's a great question, and there can be a whole event around that. So I'll let Jagdish answer that, because I'm sure we've spent lots of energy trying to figure out, what is the right way to do this.
So see, I think, I don't know whether there's a perfect answer to solve this problem, because then it would have been a very different situation in our country. But yes, I think it should be treated fairly positively. The fact that we have so many STEM grads coming out is a first bonus that I think many countries don't have. The negative is that those graduates, as I said, are probably not aligned with what we are doing in business, and businesses are not aligned with what possibly can be done in academia. So one of the models that I think most companies, or at least we are trying out, is to create these hubs where we are actually solving practical problems. In the sense, we take our customers' problems, put that across these guys and solve them, is one way to make sure they are really useful in the whole economic creation. That's where your demography can play a bigger role. The second part is what I think this country started to do well, but probably we can do a lot more as we start to expand, because there is not going to be enough corporations, enough businesses that can give opportunity to such a large population. So if we encourage SMEs, SMBs, and startups to start leveraging technologies and incubate them in those and create opportunities for those, that's the only other way you leverage. And that, I think, is connected with where Sangeeta started. So if our tech aid has got to be really successful, then it solves the other problem that we didn't talk about, which is kind of talked about health, and livelihood. Then this is about employment. And that's the opportunity that we have in front of us with so much demographic dividend that we can create.
And all jobs need not be technology jobs, but technology can enable artisans, can enable healthcare professionals. So think of technology as the enabler, the foundation stone for solving the demographic divine, as you call it, right? So great, thank you so much. This has been a very, very engaging session. I truly learned a lot, and I'll be look forward to engaging with you, Professor Sirohi, on deepening the whole academia deep tech connect. Jagdish, thank you so much for your time. You've always been a very ecosystem supporter and, of course, very special to NASCOM. Really appreciate you making the time for this. Thank you, audience. I hope you enjoyed this.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, panelists, for such an insightful deliberation. We would like to thank all the delegates, dignitaries, and speakers who have joined us today. Hope you all had a good time listening to some knowledge-led discussions from our dignitaries today. And we hope you got the TechSagar application also installed, downloaded and installed in your mobile phones. In case you've missed that, please download the application by scanning the QR code placed in the lobby area. Thank you again, and I request everyone to please join us for the high tea.